Recording has started.
Awesome.
How do you really push
Are you doing anything fun this weekend?
Because they know things.
Oh, just that I got like every now.
Very interesting.
All right, I'm going to give our 5-minute warning. And our 5-minute warning to those of us on our Blue Jeans live video streaming, thank you for joining us this morning. Just to let you know, my name's Chris Bacon. I'm with the ARF and affectionately known as the Dean of the Leadership Lab. We thank you for being here today. We're going to kick off in 5 minutes with our content. So for those in the room, again, one last chance. Caffeinate before our break. Restrooms to the rear for those of you on Blue Jeans. Again, a chance to refill your coffee. We ask you, especially if you're viewing us live, to make sure that you are on mute and that your video camera is off. Otherwise, we will see you in your pajamas here in the conference room, which is up to you if you want to share that. We're all about sharing here today. So we thank you for being here, and we'll kick off in 5. Thanks.
So you can make like you can do like
Yeah.
you can, but like you can make like nut butter. Oh wow. Okay, I would like to enjoy the
And I have slides on the field.
I know. I do too.
So is that
I think you can grind coffee.
Unless you built in it automatic, then you
No.
got to just press.
No, it's just, sort of page down, page down, page down.
Yeah, pretty. And I'm just like, yeah, nothing too big. Oh, I think I'm doing going out. Oh, nice. Okay. Where do you work at? I'm not sure actually. Some places are already like done that. Yeah, I would have just like 2 or 3 weekends ago to Fishbowl Farms, kind of like the hill. And yeah, also, I mean, they have like so many workers, and maybe like 5 different types of actual. I don't know. It seems like it was such a short time. I guess it was like it's kind of been a quick evolve. Yeah. Anyway, they didn't have any red ones. I don't know if you do the red. Come in like I don't know, a different time. It's like they just have like green. Oh, I don't even know. Yeah, I think it's a really good. Yeah, I'm not sure where we're going. Probably like somewhere in Jersey or maybe like not far, like in Rockaway County or something. Oh, there's something? I'm not sure. We were gonna do one that was like they're done with it. No, it's for like the so there's like people for just like yeah, like print your card.
No. We skills. Let's see if I can look at the time there. Odd, there's no airflow.
It's interesting to cover basically 4 years of undergraduate research and analysis. But we'll make it work.
I was actually really excited to say it was going to happen better than like what and I was planning to wear this dress for later.
I'm going back to California. Oh, do you go back?
Yeah, no, I feel very
not this summer, but I am going back in like in a few weeks. Okay. you live there until college, or?
Yeah, up until college ended, and then 1 year after college. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then
It's student like graduate school.
right. Yeah, I like moved back home for a year, and then moved to DC for a year, and then moved to okay. program. But yeah, pretty much all my life college and stuff are still, where I grew up. So nice to go back to DC. I'm sorry, guys.
Where? Not Toledo. Where?
Yeah. So at least I can just there's really direct flights. But yeah, so get in late tomorrow. I'll just do a picture in the city, and then Saturday I think she ordered a blowout or something. Everything's on a blowout.
Oh, like a hair blowout. Yeah, I like a blowout party or something.
I guess we could just
Is the wedding tomorrow? Or
they it's Saturday night.
Yeah, that's Friday.
Oh, they do an out day.
So is it like a friend's wedding?
My cousin.
Oh, okay. Not sure. A blowout is just like,
It's cool. At least I can my parents I really favor his family, so that.
your nails done too.
I shop my nail, and it's gonna be such a gross, how they fall off and get injured. It's gonna be really gross, but yeah. Yeah, I think I would only be there for 24 hours. Yeah, 1 hour day. Yeah, so because I'm taking a day off for Mrs. Weeks. I need so that I will need it Friday. But this I'm not a bridesmaid. And it's I don't know. I guess it's relatively close because of that.
Yeah, I have an extra day.
Yeah. I really think that's it. My I talked to my mom last night on the phone. Her mom, but another aunt,
Daily research news online.
Yeah, I get it. They love Dr. Now.
Yeah.
That's
she's
Yeah.
Isn't it like really?
It's funny because I was
it can be really dangerous, but
I know exactly what you're
I
talking
thought
I just put on Kaiser out here, but
Yeah.
Kaiser in
about.
California and other states.
I don't, never met him.
Because I didn't really back here.
Yeah, he was.
And,
Yeah. And so all the other
And they just kind of brushed off.
No, I've been waiting.
Yes. Back when they found my
Finally, super bad.
And that was 2 sentences, and the rest of it was showing my picture. If this lace one, basically the writer was, well, John Paul George.
I thought Randy was coming along too, but not yet. No, we were just talking about John
Do you get
partnership.
Ah, yes.
It's fun.
I did Bach.
And that's very cool. You have absolutely.
But now you're all that long.
Resource models,
She's got to be very.
which
That's interesting. Sampling issues
We've actually got some really not only sampling issues, but
and weighting and balance.
fusion issues actually are what I'm really.
Nothing else.
Well, because we have behavioral and we have survey, and they both answer slightly different things.
I think it's in the, because I was reading through that,
And,
handbook.
you know, as everyone knows, fusion is sort of the seen as the panacea, but it's not easy.
I know. That's why we were all like.
Or is it all your diary?
POS. You're getting POS.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, so,
And then you're
Not
scanning.
and then we actually do have
I'll send you a video.
multiple ways of scanning. So, but that's actually still some parts of it, but yeah. So we've got those checkout, that's receipt and scan component. There's a big effort to actually bring that.
I would love to do a little bit time because I've been trying to just this year. You got like
Not from doctors, but we do get
wow.
And then supply.
Okay. Learning I have a big.
But I didn't take that many
We can talk about where we
days at the
actually.
beginning of the year and open to a few days here and there in
Okay.
the summer. And
So,
like,
all right, why don't we'll kick off. And for those here in the room, we apologize. The aircon, it's October in New York, and sometimes the aircon is on, it's off. But we're working right now to get it turned on, and we'll get things cooled off in here. That is until our professor starts speaking. But I promise you that a great day today. So we thank you for being here today. As I said, my name is Chris Bacon with the ARF, Dean of our Leadership Lab. And this morning is dedicated all to research quality. Why is that? One of the things that we've seen from a number of our luminaries, board members and such, is that the role of what we do, the role of market research, consumer insights, data analytics, whatever it may be, is really critical to helping drive business growth. So I just want to play some video here, some perspective of some folks who've been around the industry for a while. So let me get this kicked off.
I've always said that market research boils down to being the consumer's advocate and voice in the corporate environment. I think people tend to look at market research maybe with small m, small r. And I look at market research with capital M, capital R. When I see people say market research versus data analytics, I think data analytics is market research.
People who appreciate numbers and find solutions to numbers rather than problems in numbers, I think it's going to become more and more important. So I think, as always, the power in marketing and building brands has been creativity and effectiveness, art and science, magic and logic. And I think now we have to have them both. So I'd argue an engineer who has an artistic flair is perfectly positioned.
Art and science, magic and logic. Well, what we want to do today when we talk about research quality is the foundation, is really to drive the science, the logic, to make sure that we can create the art from the science, that we can understand and communicate what consumers say, do, mean, think, feel, so that we can help all of us make smarter decisions. So that's our objective today. That's our roadmap. And if I go in the right direction, I'm really excited to have with us today professors that have been with us at the ARF on a journey of research quality for about a decade now, isn't it? I turned to Bob here because Bob and was one of our involved in one of our very first initiatives in research quality, as were Nancy and John. So in order, Bob Walker, CEO and founder of Surveys and Forecasts LLC, will start us off today, and we'll be talking about how do you set the objectives? How do you define the appropriate kind of research to really answer the business questions? From there, John Bremer, who's head of research science at the NPD Group, we'll talk about, okay, now that you've defined what you want to do, how do you find who you want to talk to, who you want to listen to, and what's the right way to do that? Because as John will show, you can ask questions in many different ways, but they don't always come up with the same answer, and a lot of that has to do with how you're deciding who to talk to and how to create that sample. Then Randall Thomas, who's with GfK, will talk about, okay, how do you ask the question? Are all questions equal? is there a way that you can actually write a question to get the kind of response that you want, which adds bias into your data? So Randy will help us define how to write a questionnaire objectively and accurately. And then Nancy Brigham, who is SVP, she's Global Head of Sampling and Research on Research and Canadian. So we've got a global group of professors here today.
Canada.
Oh, Canada. Nancy is with Ipsos, and Nancy will then come and talk and will share with us, okay, what do? You've got all this data. You've got these massive spreadsheets and SPSS files and so forth. What do you do with it? How do you make sense of it? What are the right analytics to use? What are the statistics you need to know in order to make sense of that data and turn it into insight? And then I'll come and close and talk about how you communicate effectively, how you influence with your insights. Because you can have the most stellar insight, you could have something that changes the world. But if you're not able to communicate that effectively, you've lost the opportunity for great change. So we'll talk about how do you do that? How do you influence with insights? So that's the roadmap for today. Sit back, sit forward, whatever works best for you. I want to thank our professors. I will let you know that I was tallying this up this morning. I think across the 5 of us, it's about 150 years of experience.
It must be very old.
No.
It's because I only have 2.
But I say that because I want to demonstrate that the foundation of what we're going to talk today has a lot of roots to it. So what we'll share are time-tested, but also innovative. So you're going to hear things that are drawn from academic principles, from applied principles in business, but you're also going to hear things that are on leading edge. So we invite you, this is, again, as all of our leadership labs are, this is a place for us to experiment, ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask anything of our professors. We will be taking a break. And for those of you, again, who are joining us on Blue Jeans, again, we remind you, while we ask you to keep your microphones off, we have Evelyn in the room with us who is monitoring our chat. So if you have any questions from our virtual audience, we invite you to type them into the chat box, and Evelyn will share them with us in the room. So, any questions as we kick off? No? Okay. So it's my pleasure to introduce Bob Walker, CEO and founder of Surveys and Forecasts.
Thank you, sir.
All yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Always good to have a hot cup of coffee in a hot room. When Chris asked me to put together a talk on principles of research and study design, I jumped at the chance because I think all of us who have been involved in the foundations of quality studies in particular and in research in general realize that there's really a thirst for knowledge about a lot of topics related to design, sampling, questionnaire development, analysis, and there aren't a lot of sources available on the open market, if you will, for some of these kinds of discussions or lectures or seminars. So I'm very happy to be here. I think if you're members of the ARF, I think you've come to the right place. It's a wonderful organization. It's really become the center of gravity for a lot of institutional knowledge about the research business and research process. And it's got a big tent. You've got advertisers, manufacturers, ad agencies, consultants. I might be missing a few, but it's a wonderful organization. I urge you to keep stay involved in it and participate. So I want to cover the principles of research study design. It's quant or qual. Most of my talking this morning will be focused on the quant side, but a lot of the things that I'll be discussing could equally apply to the qualitative side as well. And I'll talk a little bit about what that means when we say quant versus qual, et cetera, et cetera. So let me see if I can figure this out.
Right.
To the
I
right.
believe in you.
Huh?
I believe in you.
You believe in me, I believe in you, yes. Okay, so the session's goal today is to introduce you to the key steps in the research process. We have to start somewhere, and that's where we're starting is in terms of the overall approach to the research process in terms of design, and also to familiarize you with some common research study designs, which we'll get into in a little bit. And I'll give you a little theory, but mostly it's going to be practical information based on a lot of experience between the four of us who will be speaking today, as well as Chris, obviously, who's had spent a lot of time on the corporate side. So marketing research, and I appreciated Dave Poltrak's comments up front and some of the other folks. That was the first talking head that you saw was David Poltrak of CBS. The word marketing research, in my opinion, is a very useful one. You'll often hear insights or voice of the customer or analytics, but it really does all fall under this general term of marketing research, which is an active exploratory process for knowledge, for information designed to solve particular marketing problems. And it starts with designing the data collection method, which is what I will be focused on in my portion of this morning. But it also includes managing and implementing the data collection process. It also includes analyzing the results, which our other speakers will talk to. And then in turn, what Chris will wrap up with is communicating the findings. It's great. You've got 1,000 respondents. You've asked 30 questions. Gee, what do you do with it? How do you communicate it? How do you turn those facts and figures into marketing recommendations or implications for the business? So these are the functions, and again, David up front, Poltrak mentioned this, capital M, capital R. These are the functions that really distinguish marketing research from market research, which is more of a reporting scorecard function. Marketing in the sense that we're talking about an active process to support the marketing function and also to build knowledge in terms of marketing science. That's what we'll be focusing on, at least in my portion. So I want to make a distinction between what's often called primary research and secondary research. I don't know if you've heard those terms before, nodding of heads, yes, maybe no. But I define primary research as proprietary studies designed to address a specific marketing issue or problem, which again is our focus today. Then this other general category of secondary research generally means data that's shared and paid for by multiple clients. And that means data that's, for example, in the public domain, retail data like scanner data, TV or online viewing data, media measurement data, public opinion data, measures of consumer confidence, things of that nature. They may be collected in a survey, but they are syndicated to multiple consumers, as opposed to what I'm calling primary research, which is really dedicated to a client and a particular marketing problem. The types of things that are included in syndicated or secondary research also tend to be things that are factual, units, dollars, share, trends, forecasts, things of that nature, as opposed to reactions to concepts or ideas or attitudes or beliefs. Doesn't mean that those things can't be syndicated or secondary, if you will, but I make that distinction. So primary research can be further categorized really into two buckets. One I'm calling exploratory designs, and one I'm calling confirmatory or evaluative designs. And again, there is a little blurring in these distinctions because they do touch in many places, but those are the primary distinctions. Exploratory designs involve smaller samples and generally more flexible data collection or survey instruments. Confirmatory or evaluative designs involve generally larger samples, more rigorous survey instruments, and tend to be more statistically or measure-oriented. The term qualitative is generally associated with, again, exploratory, quantitative, more associated with confirmatory, but again, exceptions exist. So for example, if we do a focus group among 10 people, and those 10 people control 85% of the market, I think the results are going to be confirmatory, but still qualitative in the sense of how the data was collected and how the surveys or the questions were asked. So regardless of qual or quant, there is a research process that you can generally follow, and it is typically a linear sequence, although we all know if you've used research in any capacity, it can come in at you from any angle and can start at any point in the process, but generally we start with an issue or a problem, and we define what that is. We set from that issue or problem objectives and action standards. In other words, how are we going to go about measuring the extent of the problem or getting a reaction to an idea or make a decision. We then, from there, develop our sample and study design, and John and Randy and Nancy will talk about some of these. In terms of the survey instrument, we go out and we collect our data. We make any adjustments to our data, such as cleaning, weighting, throwing out of outliers, coding of open-ended responses. Our analysis then proceeds, and we then report and provide implications and next steps for marketing decision making. This is a pretty typical, if you want to think of it as a scientific method approach to the research process, but these are the basic steps that are involved. And we'll focus, my point will focus on these first three buckets, if you will, for today. So the problem, how do we define the problem? The problem definition is critical for mapping out your marketing research projects because all of the other elements are going to flow from it. You typically, if you're getting proposals from research suppliers, you're going to find your problem definition usually in a background section or an overview section or something of that nature. It encapsulates the general and specific components of the marketing problem, but it's not the same as your research objective. That's a separate animal entirely. Here are some examples of problems that you might find stated in a proposal or that you might want to pose to your own marketing teams. So, for example, market share is declining in the Southeast even though ad spending has increased by 20%. How come? Brand X's loyal buyers are defecting to Brand Z. Is it a product performance issue? Weak positioning? What is the cause? Management has set a 5% sales growth target for established brands. Which new product ideas should be carried forward in the next fiscal year? Those are the types of things that you should put into a problem definition statement. Off of those problems, we set objectives. So, for example, in our market share example, the objective might be identify the causes of share decline and possible corrective actions based on standard evaluative measures. And I'll mention a little bit more about what an evaluative measure is in a minute. Brand X's loyal buyers are defecting. That was our second problem situation. So the objective there would be to determine why Brand X users are switching based on brand performance data or some other particular set of measures. And our management's 5% sales growth target, well, the objective there would be which new product ideas, if any, should be carried forward. So problem definition, objectives, and then we go on to possible action standards. And action standards are simply go, no-go rules linked to an objective based on one or more evaluative measures. And an evaluative measure is simply, very simply, what are we going to use to evaluate whether we have met our action standard or not? It could be purchase intent, it could be overall value, superiority, it could be any number of measures, but the measure is how we choose to evaluate whether our action standard has passed. So a new idea must exceed known benchmarks on top box purchase intent for R&D to proceed. That's an example of an action standard. School administrators will order a teaching kit, kit B, if it is significantly preferred over current teaching kit A. So there we have a separate action standard. And then here's another one, which is we have a cost-reduced formula X. Maybe if you're a coffee maker and you have a cheaper bean, and we replace the current formula with the cheaper bean. Each one of these is going to use a different action standard because of the way the problem was stated, and it's also going to use a different evaluative measure. The first one will be whether or not you've exceeded a benchmark. Nancy can speak to this, whether it's a one-tail test or two-tail test or whatever, at what confidence. The second one is a preference measure. It could be a ranking question, it could be a direct preference question, but it's some sort of direct comparative measure. And then the cost-reduced formula might be parity. In other words, it can't do any worse at all, even numerically, lower than the current product in terms of its taste profile or its performance. All of these require different measures, all of these require different statistical tests, and all of them link back to an objective. Sometimes we have no action standard. Situations where the research is, for example, diagnostic, there may be no action standard at all. So, for example, we might want to go out and understand consumer needs, desired end benefits or behaviors, such as brands, by users, by use situations. We have no action standard per se. We just want to go out and find out what's going on in the market. Another would be to identify opportunities where new products might be developed, such as white space opportunities. You've heard that term probably, which is, is there a gap in the market where needs are not being delivered? Is there an opportunity for a product to move into that gap? And determine if brand equity can extend into other related or unrelated categories. So if I'm Tylenol, can I go into Tylenol cough and cold? Can I go into Tylenol apple pies? No. But those are brand equity studies. So there are different types of research that can be used that are diagnostic and evaluative, but they don't necessarily have an action standard per se. So I'm going to focus now really more on quantitative, and I'm going to focus particularly on strategic research, and then we'll get into some more tactical kinds of studies, which I think is really more the focus of this session. But it's important that you distinguish between things that will potentially have action standards and those that do not, and those that do are going to be more evaluative in terms of ideas, and those that don't are going to be more descriptive. So many marketing research studies are focused on, like I mentioned, tactical, but there are other types of studies which focus on behavior or customers or categories or brands, and we use those for planning or positioning or product development purposes. And this is the realm of strategic or descriptive research. Some of these you may have heard of. Awareness and usage studies. Anybody familiar with or have done ANUs or awareness and usage studies? Yes, no, maybe. John has. That's good. Those are studies that assess. Chris has. Good. 2 people. Awareness and usage studies assess categories or brands on things like awareness, performance, and imagery, and decision drivers. We're trying to understand what the awareness level is of certain brands in the category, what the characteristics are of those brands, what things drive purchase consideration. So those are ANUs. Tracking studies. Are you familiar at all with tracking studies or heard of tracking studies? This would be in the realm of brand health, to monitor the health of a business or health of a brand. And here we're doing things over multiple periods of time. So they may be continuous tracking studies, they may be quarterly tracking studies, they may be semi-annual tracking studies, but they're the same questions that are asked repeatedly over time. Customer satisfaction studies. I imagine most of you have heard of customer satisfaction. Sometimes they're called NPS studies these days because we're dealing with a particular metric called Net Promoter Score, which is sort of a proprietary, but not really anymore, measure to determine feedback from customers. And the nice thing about customer satisfaction studies is you can also merge customer data with them if the idea is passed over into the survey. You then have the attitudinal and self-reported versus the transactional or purchase data as one long record. And then last, our segmentation studies designed to identify segments based on brand ratings or desired and benefits or attitudes or psychographics. And here the objective is to try to determine whether there are mutually exclusive or slightly overlapping distinct segments of people in the market who exhibit different buying behavior or exhibit the potential for different buying behavior. And this is just a short list. I could go on for quite a while with other types of strategic studies, but these are the major ones that you will probably encounter in your careers as either a market researcher or marketing research consumer of this kind of data. So some of the design considerations for not just strategic research, but generally are obviously you want to identify your sample frame, i.e. are we going to go to a rep online sample? Are we going to go to a particular set of targets? Are we going to go to a balanced US census sample? Or are we going to only go to specific geographic areas? So sample frame in terms of both who and where, whether we want to oversample hard to find demographic groups or brand users, sometimes we call those quota groups or boosts. Whether we want to make certain adjustments to the survey flow or construction or display logic. In other words, certain blocks of questions get asked to certain subgroups and other questions do not. And Randy in particular will talk a lot about survey and question construction. And as you may know, with a lot of the online platforms, whether you're using Confirm It or Qualtrics or Beacon or whatever, the ability to pipe questions, pipe responses from prior questions into other questions, rotate blocks of questions, rotate blocks themselves, alternate exposure treatments within the survey instrument. A lot of that capability is extremely powerful, and that falls under this sort of general bucket of how you want to construct your survey. The other two things that we've spent, the four of us who are presenting today, spent an enormous amount of time over the last decade really looking at in detail are two things. One is the impact of sample source and sample blending, particularly in studies that are going to be repeated over time. So, for example, a strategic study done today and a strategic study that tries to monitor where things are 3 years from now. Are the samples used, the sources used for those two studies similar or at least comparable or not? And you should be aware that when you do studies with one sample, one online sample provider versus another, you are going to get very different responses, potentially, if you're not balancing or at least tuned into those potential differences. And then the other thing is the impact of survey length and complexity on data quality. I know Randy will speak to that much more eloquently than I, but length and complexity affects your quality, either in the form of pattern response or speeding or things of that nature. And if you want more information on either of those things, we probably have 1,000 pages of articles, and each of the four of us have published in the Journal of Advertising Research on these different topics. So I'm going to set aside what we just covered, which are the strategic, high-level kinds of studies, and move into more of the tactical design, stimulus-oriented experimental designs, if you will. So the ones that we're just going to touch on very briefly are screening designs, screening of concepts or benefits, monatic or single exposure designs, monatic meaning one, so we're showing one thing to one respondent and nothing else. Sequential exposure designs, where we're showing one after another after another. Pre-post designs, test control designs, and a little bit about conjoint or trade-off designs. I'm not sure if any of you have used any of these types of techniques before, but this general bucket of factorial designs is very powerful, and there are many different flavors of those types of studies. But the important part of what I'm trying to cover in this little section is that all of these approaches are intended to assess or evaluate an idea, reactions to an idea, whether or not we should go forward with an idea, which ideas we should eliminate, which ideas we should move forward from the product development into pilot plant to test market to full launch, etc. So let's start with the screening designs. In concept screening, we are trying to identify the ideas worth pursuing from a larger pool of candidates. So let's say we have 20 or 30 concepts, very small amount of copy, 2 or 3 sentences. And what we're doing with those very simple ideas is show them to respondents in a randomized fashion and have each one of them evaluated on a small number of measures, maybe purchase intent or purchase frequency or uniqueness. And then we're going to rank them. And the intent is simply to identify the ones that we can carry forward from the ones that we should set aside until next year or never. Sometimes you will include a control. My favorite one is toast on a stick.
Wait. Toast on a stick.
Is a control.
Okay.
I'm just throwing that out.
That's okay.
Another one is a Bic pen. You know, some simple benchmark idea that you can then evaluate relative to the ideas that you're testing. If you don't outperform toast on a stick, you don't have a really great idea. Benefit screening evaluates single statement and benefits, features, imagery, or attributes. So a toothpaste that whitens, dental floss that leaves a minty taste, etc. are single statements. And we might have 30 or 40 or 50 of these. And we use data reduction techniques such as factor analysis or principal components analysis to boil down this list of 50 or 70 ideas as single statements, benefits, into clusters that we can then say, okay, there's a group that likes these benefits. There's a group that likes those benefits. There's another group that likes that set of benefits. Maybe that's a concept. Maybe that's a position. And that's the purpose of benefit screening. Sometimes it's called promise testing. So in the first, we're evaluating ideas, and the second, we're evaluating benefits as a design approach. Probably one of the, if not the most common test method, aside from screening methods, is called monadic testing, which simply means we're exposing a single stimulus, typically a concept, but it could also be an advertisement. The state of finish can vary, so it could be a white card, meaning just words on a page concept. It could be a fully fleshed out concept with a headline, a little subcopy, body copy, photograph, pricing, and then a sub bullet at the bottom, which is typically your full concept profile, if you will. And the rule of thumb, just parenthetically, is we show only what could potentially be communicated in a 15-second spot or 30-second spot, if that is ultimately how the idea will be communicated to the consumer. Typical designs, typical uses for monadic designs are concept tests, product tests, also concept product fit tests. So we have a concept, we take the acceptors, we give them the product to take home, we get their evaluation on the product, and then we analyze the combined record. Positioning research, so smells great, cleans toilets, These are all possible uses of, let's say, baking soda. But these are different positioning, different use cases that can be demonstrated in the concept itself, which positioning is best. We could use it for that purpose. The pros of monadic designs are that it's a real-world exposure, meaning in the real world, people usually only see one thing, and then they go on to the next thing in some other category. It's more extensive in terms of the amount of diagnostic information that you can collect, because the questionnaire can contain more measures for the 10 or 15-minute interview that you're going to have the respondent evaluating the idea. The cons are that because it's one exposure per respondent, you need larger samples if you have lots of things that you want to test. You may need to balance across cells. John will certainly speak to the need to sample balance. It also tends to be a little weaker in detecting differences that are subtle. So if you have concept A and it has one little change in it versus concept B, a monadic design may not be able to distinguish, those are independent samples now, may not be able to distinguish the difference between A and B because it's just a little line within the concept. The analysis of monadic data is to compare both the evaluative and diagnostic measures across the cells among both the total sample, however you've chosen to define it, and any boosts that you have included in your sample design. So here's an example of a 3-cell monadic test where each respondent sees only one version. They either see A, B, or C, and in the case of C, we were calling this the control. This is just a hypothetical toothpaste 3-cell test. People in cell A see the Colgate concept, in B they see the Crest concept, in C they see the Pepsodent concept. And the same measures are asked in all 3 cells. We only have one difference, which is the second line, where we are boosting for Colgate users, Crest users, or Pepsodent users in each of these cells. But in this case, we have values, superiority, uniqueness, fit with brand, et cetera, as your diagnostic measures, but your key evaluative measure is purchase intent. It is warm in here.
It is warm. They're working on it. They've called the technicians.
Yeah. Wow.
There is a
I
problem.
feel like I'm in a sauna up there.
Unfortunately, there's a problem with
So either I'm really hot or I'm very nervous, but I'm not really nervous. So I think I'm really hot. So in ad testing, we can also use the monadic design, but here it's in a clutter environment. And we're testing an ad for Crest, but we've got a clutter ad in before it and a clutter ad after it, and the question is, does it break through? So the measures here would be recall, main point communication, attributes, purchase intent, and oftentimes in the context of ad testing, you're testing it against the norm. So does it break through on recall? Does it break through on main point communication? Does it break through, et cetera, et cetera? So we may have multiple test ads, but typically in the context of ad testing, you're testing against known benchmarks. In a sequential exposure design, the respondent is randomly exposed to multiple stimuli. Again, the uses are concept testing, product testing, positioning, or screening types of tests. We're evaluating multiple ideas using the same sample. So let's say we have a sample of 250, and they're going to see 8 things. Well, respondent 1 will see 8 things in one order. Respondent number 2 will see 8 things in a different order, et cetera, et cetera. They will be randomized, and in the end, there will be an equal number of exposures to each idea. But the benefits obviously are that you need less sample. You can evaluate multiple ideas using the same sample, more sensitive to subtle differences, because we're really doing sort of a subtle comparison each time we show all 8, right? So the one that's in the first position is biasing all of the ones that follow. The one that is in second position is biasing all the ones that follow. So consumers are already attuned to the fact that, okay, I just saw A, or I saw A, B, and C. Now I'm at D. So it's much better at picking up subtle differences. So if really that's the objective of what you're trying to do, it's a better design for picking up subtle differences in positions. Cons are, or the negatives are, it's less representative of real-world exposure because you're showing multiple things to the same respondent, and that's just not the way it usually works. There is significant context or order bias, and you get limited diagnostics because within 15-minute or 10-minute time period, you can only ask so much on each idea. The analysis is basic evaluative measures, purchase intent in particular, or preference. Limited diagnostics conducted among the total sample and boosts, but it allows you to at least collect your key evaluative measures, which is what you want. If it is a large enough sample, and you don't have too many concepts or ideas or products, you can get what is called a first position read. So the thing that is shown first is basically a monadic evaluation. That you can compare to other first position concepts monadically and get an assessment roughly of what it would look like if you were just doing a monadic test. The downside is you don't get as much diagnostic information. So here's an example of sequential exposure. A respondent sees all three of these concepts but sees a randomized presentation. You get the same concept stimulus, but you have a lot fewer measures within each opportunity or each exposure position, if you will. So the next respondent might see BCA, the third respondent might see CAB, et cetera, et cetera.
I think I did that study.
You might have.
I think I did.
When you were at Gallo.
Well, Colgate.
Or Colgate, too.
Yeah.
I was going to say there was a wine flavored toothpaste, I think that's what you're remembering.
Yes, yes.
I should have worn my gym clothes. Okay, so pre-post designs. This is another class of designs where we're doing an assessment beforehand, we're inserting a variable, and then we're doing a follow-up evaluation. So pre-post design follows the collection of baseline or pre-data. The uses are that we can assess the effect of an intervening variable among a target group or market. It's often used for ad testing, upweight testing, or to assess the impact of a change to the marketing mix, any element of the marketing mix. The pros is that it's really best in stable markets where there's not a lot of volatility, either in terms of spending or changes to product. And we also have the ability to assess return on investment, or ROI. The cons are that we have this wildcard potential of an external factor confounding the study. So we've done a pre-wave. We've injected, if you will, our test variable, and then we have a post-wave. Well, during the period where we are putting our test dollars, if you will, competitor X could come in and do something crazy, or a store could burn down, or who knows what. But there is the risk during that intervening period between the pre and the post of something happening. And we have no control over those kinds of events. The other is the results may not replicate in other markets. If we've done something in a small set of markets and we want to apply the learning from a pre-post test to another set of markets, it may or may not be transferable. Markets are funny and unique and different, and so they may not always carry from one set of markets to another. It also may be insensitive if the power of the intervening variable is too small. So if, for example, we spend $5 million and we want to spend $5.5 million, that difference may not be detectable in a pre-post test. So again, the analysis is to compare the pre-group or pre-test results and the post-group results to assess any lift in awareness or imagery or sales or whatever it happens to be. So here's an example of a pre-post test. Brand A wants to know if an additional 2x in media spending results in higher sales in a set of smaller markets. In the pre-period, we collect all of these baseline measures. We spend our money. Maybe it's upweight plus changes to the copy. Maybe it's a whole host of things. And then we do our post test and we compare the pre and the post on our evaluative measures, the things that we want to evaluate success on. Typically, if this is, for example, a live in-market test, we might add to our analysis by looking at sales, changes in sales, not just the consumer measures, but also the changes in in-store sales or some other retail measure besides just the consumer survey research data. And that's where you get the ability to calculate the ROI component. In test control designs, which are similar but have a slightly different purpose, we're looking at subjects who are assigned to a treatment group or control group and comparing the two groups. It's used to assess the impact of treatments versus no treatment, but isolates the impact of just a single test variable usually. The design is most often used in education. Certainly you've heard about it in the context of clinical trials where we have a test group and a control group and we monitor how well the pharmaceutical product performs. A lot in social science, a lot in terms of actual controlled store testing, one of the more common uses in marketing research. The pros are that it's real world. In other words, we're taking a group of people randomly as test subjects and a group randomly that are control subjects and comparing them. We have the ability to detect impact of intervening variables and potentially also to assess ROI. But like the pre-post design, external events could be found, and test control matching can also be sometimes very complex. So if we have a test group and a control group, and we want to match both groups on a dozen variables, that may be a fairly complicated process. And the analysis is as it is in the pre-post, test versus control. We're looking for changes in key variables, awareness, imagery, or in the case of the controlled store test, changes in sales. So an example here is a group of 30 stores. We're introducing a new flavor on shelf with display support, and in 30 stores we're doing nothing. We're leaving it as is. So we're trying to determine what's going to happen when we look at the 30 test stores versus the 30 control stores. So the control group gets nothing, the test group gets the new product, and we're comparing over time measures such as sales or share, unaided or aided awareness, recall, purchase intent, attribute ratings, or demographics. Okay, so pre-post versus test control, similar but different applications. The last group I wanted to just touch on are what are called factorial designs, which are the separate class of research methods, which are vast and changing all the time, it seems. When we have known interactions between items or features or factors, then a complete or partial factorial design might be a good choice. So for example, if we wanted to test two products and they only varied in terms of their color, that would be simple. But if we have a whole range of possible factors within a product, such as color, size, taste, applications, et cetera, and we want to mix and match different levels of that and try to find the optimal mix of factors and levels, then you're talking about some sort of a factorial design. As I mentioned, when we're mixing two or more variables with two or more levels, that's a factorial design. So factorial designs let us isolate factor importance. Through the design itself, we can isolate the impact of this factor and level, this factor and level, and this factor and level, and determine whether or not a feature should or shouldn't be included in the final product design. So synonyms for factorial designs include trade-off analysis, max diff analysis, adaptive conjoint analysis, sometimes called full profile when you're showing full concepts as opposed to partial concepts. There are a whole host of factorial designs. They're also used in preference testing. So if you've ever heard of round robin testing where you're going to test A versus B, B versus C, B versus E, and all of the combinations of those things, and then try to determine which one is best. That's a multiple comparison design, and that's part of the factorial design family. So here's a fun example. Paint sprayer. It's actually a study I did about a year ago. We tested probably 30 different combinations of what contractors wanted in a paint sprayer. And these are just some of the photographs that were used in the study, but here are all of the factors and levels that we created our conjoint exposure with, the actual factors and the actual levels. So, for example, in this case, we had design and price. A sprayer on a plastic stand with a handle was about $300 versus a sprayer on a metal cart with wheels, which is about $400. We had different brands, we had different performance specifications, different construction materials, and different hose lengths. So if we just wanted to look at hose length as a variable, we could do that without doing all of this. We just go out and ask people what hose length they preferred. But guess what? It comes with a caveat. The longer the hose length, the higher the price. And that's the problem you run into with a lot of product optimization type questions. It's always linked to something else. So that's why factorial design is often very useful. In this particular case, I think it was brand B and a 20-foot hose length that was the winner.
Oh, yeah, worked nice.
Yes. So, just in wrapping up in terms of a summary, and this, I think, would this be available for people just
Yes,
as a kind of a crib sheet?
It will, and that's a good point. I would just let everybody know, as with all our labs, you'll get a link to today's video on Monday, so you'll be able to watch the sessions again. We'll also make the presentations available. We know that there's a lot of material here. We're going through it quickly.
That was the idea.
We're going through it quickly. So we're going to make presentations available to everybody afterwards with the professor's blessing. And so you'll be able to go back and revisit this, especially as you're studying for your certification test.
Very good.
So,
thank you, Chris. Just as a quick wrap up, here are some hypothetical marketing problems and some suggested techniques or tools that you could use to address them. So, for example, if you wanted to try to identify white space opportunities, and by the way, you can augment any of this with qualitative. That's not verboten. It's just I'm focusing more on the quantitative side. But if you wanted to identify white space opportunities, you might go with a segmentation study or an awareness usage study or a habits or practices study. There's a whole host of names for them, but you're trying to identify opportunities for new business development. If you want to screen ideas or themes, you could use concept or benefit screening. If you want to pick the best among a smaller group, you could also do screening, but also some sort of sequential exposure design comes to mind. If we're assessing concepts versus controls, a sequential design or monadic design would probably be best. If you're trying to identify optimal product configurations, you're most certainly talking about some sort of a trade-off design or conjoint study. Assessing customer feedback, no surprise, customer satisfaction studies are obviously appropriate for that. Monitoring brand health, you're most definitely talking about some form of tracking, with or without the integration of sales data. And then if you want to simply go out and explore consumer decision making, any number of qualitative methods would be, I'm sure, appropriate. You're talking about focus groups, in-depth interviews, bulletin board focus groups, mixed mode designs where you have a quantitative component followed up by a qualitative interview. And again, qualitative could either precede or post-seed any one of these quantitative designs. So that's just there as a quick reference. So with that,
well,
yes, Bob, thank you.
Before we let you go, let's ask. Are there any questions for Bob right now? It all makes sense. So you know tomorrow that you're going to, all right, who's going to choose a factorial over a monadic sequential tomorrow? It's okay. It's your question. The point is this. Yes.
So a lot of times in media, especially being in the research side, the analytics side will tell us that surveys are qualitative, not quantitative. Like,
not true.
What is like our comeback for that?
Couple things come to mind. One,
Yeah.
John wants to say, you want to tackle that one, John?
No,
Yeah,
we're gonna.
I'd be interested in John's opinion on that too. Surveys can be extremely precise in terms of what they are capable of revealing if they are designed properly and the appropriate sample sizes are used and the right questions are asked. So I think, yes, I get that a lot from people who work with scanner data, media measurement data. Oh, surveys, they're just, it's like, why bother, The problem is that with a lot of the types of measures you're probably talking about, they are descriptive. They are measuring something that's already happened. They're measuring, quantities, units, sales, dollars, whatever it happens to be. You folks are in the insights business. And the only way you're going to get insights is to go out and ask specific questions to help you understand the reasons why you're getting the results you're getting. So I would fire back and say, all of the best opinion polls, political polls, scientific polls, once you get up to around 1,500 respondents, you're extremely accurate and extremely precise. So that's an educational task I think you have a little bit, but yeah, I consider focus groups qualitative, not quantitative surveys as qualitative. So that's just my bias, but it augments the data that you're collecting.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add on that a little bit. We'll go over this a little bit in my section as well. So there are multiple things. If you've got a good read on the market through some sort of census-based data, so in some media, you have a pretty good view of the marketplace. I would actually say for that question, what was watched, that's actually better. Yep. There are several problems with that. You typically don't end with that question. You typically have other questions. But at the same time, your population of interest of the measurements that you have, and we talk about population of interest, typically for the measurement isn't typically what you're trying to look at. And I'm going to go back to TV, and I'm going to date myself because there have been some solutions that have come out since. But we actually made a big splash back in, I think, 2005, because we came out with a method, survey-based, for out-of-home viewing that took Nielsen data and basically calibrated it to the survey data. And we had evidence that showed we were actually pretty good on it. So survey data has error inherent in it. There's no question about that. The more sample you have, the less error. But if you've got a census of something for basic questions that those measurements ask, that is better. But you also have to question, is actually one that the end of my questioning, is that all I want to answer? And two, does that actually get at the full population that I'm trying to say something about?
Thank you.
Good. I would just add,
Please.
that
It's your floor.
not really, I can share. The government is conducting surveys all the time to direct policy, apportion congressional districts, assign dollars for federal funding to various municipalities and states around the country. So it doesn't answer your question directly, but survey research and survey data, if done correctly, is very powerful, and it's used throughout our political process in many, many different areas. We don't know about it because we don't hear about it, but it's used everywhere.
Yeah. And I think, just to sort of wrap and we'll move on, I think when asked that, when presented with that statement, oh, surveys are just qualitative, in some respects, I would say it's a red herring. It matters not whether something is qualitative or quantitative. The more important thing is, as Bob's been talking about, what is my objective? What decisions do I need to make? And what information do I either have or need to collect, observe, or integrate in order to make a smarter decision? And if I'm making smart decisions with data or insights that represent the people or my population, as John will talk about, that's really the fundamental thing we're trying to get to. So qualitative and quantitative, actually, whether it's traditional qualitative work like ethnography or focus groups or one-on-one interviews, it's extremely powerful when done right. And that is one of the reasons why we're here today, because all too often it's not done right. Mm-hmm. And that's where we can get a bad rap. So I want to, there's a question in the back. Yes.
Well, not quite a question, but it's
yes.
Just studying under John and Randy. I just wanted to chime in.
Yes.
I find that oftentimes when they're making that kind of comment about surveys is because it's relying on self-report. And I'm sure Randy's going to go into how to get around some of the errors in self-report, but that's usually the criticism that we get for using surveys versus other methodologies, which is the fallibility of people's self-report. And there's a lot of bad surveys out there that, fall prey to that.
And I think that's a really good point. And why we're here today is that I think your last statement, there are a lot of bad surveys out there. And what we want, our goal today is to help you write good surveys or do quality research. So we're not prone to that. So I'm going to turn it over to John Bremer with the woohoo. John is the head of research science with the NPD group, formerly with Paris Interactive, Toluna. I've lost track, John.
So I was with Harris for a really long time, and then I went to several companies quickly in a row. I forgot to put it in the appropriate template, so I apologize. This is not an advertising thing. So welcome. When Chris asked if I wanted to be a part of this, he very quickly mentioned that Randy and Bob and Nancy were going to be a part of it, and I said, of course I want to be a part of this if they're a part of it. And there are two lessons to come out of that. The first, and this is sort of the bigger ARF lesson, the reason that I want to be a part of this group with them is they genuinely have become friends of mine. I worked with Randy directly at Harris. I'm a many-time co-author with him. I sometimes knew I was a co-author, sometimes not. Nancy and I co-headed an initiative for an unnamed organization, and actually it might actually be unnamed at this point. Bob and I have worked on industry bodies and particularly quality initiatives a lot over the time. And, you know, it's not just the work that we do, it's also the friendships that we develop. And I've found in the market research industry that generally you have really just great people. So the ARF provides an opportunity for folks to get together, to chat about things. You know, when I talk about sampling issues and weighting issues with my colleagues, at times their eyes glaze over. But the initiative at the unnamed organization that Nancy and I co-head came out of a really intense discussion about incidence rates. And woohoo, it was actually fun. So yeah, I do want to emphasize just being a part of industry bodies and getting to know the fellow folks in the industry. You know, there are business benefits to it, but there's also much wider benefits to it. You get to discuss interesting things, and you get to know some really great people. So that's the first lesson. Get involved. The second lesson is ask what you're talking about before you say yes. The reason for that is I am actually talking about sampling theory. And so I'm actually going to breeze through this because you'll see what we're talking about as we go through it, and I have way too many slides. But we can talk about the most basic elements of sampling theory in half an hour because they wanted to give us time for questions. And you'll be able to judge whether you have a representative sample to a decent degree. However, a person can get a PhD in statistics with a focus on sampling theory and still not cover everything they need to. So, woohoo! This provides a really unique challenge to today's talk. There's a lot of things to cover. I will just brush over most of them. I'm going to try and go more in depth on those things that you need from a practical standpoint. But I need you guys to interact. I need you guys to ask questions. Does that make, does this matter to me? Does that make sense? Things of that nature. So drawing samples that result in a representative, and we'll use this word a lot, representative view of the population of interest can get very complex, but all samples actually start with the same basic answers. So I was having a really hard time thinking about how to actually talk about all this stuff with you. And then luckily, the presidential debates happened. So I'm going to actually put up just some polling results from the basic question of who won the first presidential debate. And I do want to emphasize these are all very reputable organizations. I didn't go into sort of the more partisan organizations. So Time, CNBC, and Fortune magazine. So what's the conclusion from this data? Without even knowing sample size. Sample sizes were huge in these cases. The simple conclusion is that Trump won.
This is first debate.
This is the first debate.
First debate.
Another set of common polls. CNN, Fox News, Politico, Morning Consult. What's the conclusion here? I'm just going to put it up. Any way you look at this data, the sample sizes were reasonable. Clinton won. So what's going on? How can these results differ by so much, and how can we believe the polls? You know, it's sort of a bedrock of our democratic society. It gives us information. We shouldn't make our choices based off of that, but it tells us how things are going. But how can we believe them if they differ so much? Well, context matters. We don't have to worry about the polls. Why? Well, first, in both cases, they're reputable organizations. They all do good work. They're known for wanting to get the right answer. They're not partisan in nature. The common polls A were basically done for fun. They were done to drive engagement on each organization's respective site. Nothing more than that. They really wanted people to participate in their site and figure out what was going on. The purpose of the second set of polls were, they were actually conducted to accurately measure who won the debate. There was no sampling conducted with regard to these polls. And by that I mean, you found the poll and you did it. It wasn't you got invited or anything of that nature. There were various types of sampling conducted in the B class of polls. I will talk about, there were some issues with the sampling that was conducted in the B side. It wasn't all perfect, and that will actually come into play in some of our later discussions. With the common poll A's, you know, if you liked it and you felt very intense about your candidate of choice, you could respond multiple times. For B's, you had to be invited, and I'm not going to say you can't get around sort of once you're invited, you can't get around the firewall, but it's very hard to. And in fact, we do have systems in place that each invite actually allows you entry once. Now, here's the other thing. If you went to the Drudge Report, and I've actually had an argument with someone that the Drudge Report is not a partisan website, I am going to ignore that argument. If you think it isn't, that's perfectly fine. But the important thing is they actually link to every single one of the polls in column A. You couldn't get in unless you were invited to do polls. You had to have an ID and or be called up, depending on how the sampling was conducted. These were not intended to be representative. And I speak of this solely, and Randy might remember this, but in 2000, there was a candidate who used to be Vice President of the United States, a gentleman by the name of Dan Quayle, and he was running for president. And our method of getting people into, we had an online panel, was we let websites use these little applications that they could ask their own questions and get results, and they were intended to be fun. At the end of them, we'd ask, do you want to be part of the Harris Poll or not? We got people in that way. So we got a call, apparently one website, we didn't control the questions at this point. One website called up and said, hey, we saw the results of this poll, and Dan Quayle got 40% of the preference of Republican primary voters in this poll. Now, what you don't know, on the side, we had the Harris poll, and we were able to do a lot of experimentation at that time. And I was actually curious about a few things, so I threw my name into as a candidate for President of the United States on the Republican primary side, and I was beating Dan Quayle. I only beat two candidates. I got 2.5% of the vote, but I beat Dan Quayle. There really were some experimental reasons we did this. It wasn't fun. But how could he get 40 versus 2? Well, his folks found out there was a poll, and they went and flooded that poll. There's nothing like having Dan Quayle mad at you because you say you can't use these results on that. We told him no. But these are actually intended to be representative of those who watch the videos. So the big lesson of this is beware of the dark side. Sampling matters. You can get biased results if you don't take the appropriate steps. The other thing you may not know about me is my dogs make presentation, make appearances in all my presentations. There's another one. So let's, we were saying doing sampling is a good thing. How many of you took intro stats? Do you remember talking about urns with different colored balls in it, and you reached in and you got a result and you had to figure out what were the proportions of things in there. Well, you were doing sampling, basically, when you were doing something like that nature. So we're actually going to, there are many, many definitions of sampling or taking a sample, but we're going to settle on the random selection of units from within a population of interest in order to estimate information about the characteristics of that population. Crystal clear, I'm done, okay? And unpacking that is incredible, to be honest. But the idea is you go in, you have some source of sample, and we'd like to think of it as the population of interest, but we know in today's world with panels, with, particularly for surveys, you aren't necessarily drawing from the entire population. You're drawing from a subset of the population. This creates issues, but they're not issues that are insurmountable. But you want to go in and take random draws from that. You might take them in a variety of different ways in order to achieve, when I say goals, I don't mean results. I mean the objectives, answering the questions of your study. And we're really always trying to, keep in mind, we're trying to estimate information about whatever population we've determined is our population of interest. Okay? At the end of the day, that's a simple definition for a really complicated process. So, Bob talked a lot about, knowing things and, setting up, defining things. I think this might actually shock folks because everyone thinks this is so easy. I will actually say defining your population of interest is actually the single biggest issue in sampling for the research industry. I think if you would ask a lot of people who have some experience, they would say, nah. Gen Pop, by the way, I hate that phrase because when you actually delve in, well, it's Gen Pop who do this, but they'll refer to it as general population. It's critical you know who you're actually trying to say something about. And again, that sounds very easy, but you need to have a very precise definition. So again, this is really clinical, but the population of interest is a collection of units that have the characteristics that the research endeavors to understand. I put quotes around that, but that's my definition, so it's fine. Again, that sounds simple, but let me ask a question. The main issue is being precise with regard to what a population contains. So I wouldn't ask this question if the first one was going to be the answer. So I know, don't raise your hand on the first one. Which of these is the actual population of interest for most of the political polls taken after Labor Day by telephone in an election year? Adults of age 18 plus. Who thinks this is the actual population of interest? You guys listened well. That's awesome. Okay. Adults of age 18 plus who are likely to vote. How many think this is actually the population of interest that they're trying to estimate? Really, Randy?
I go.
Adults of age 18 plus who are likely to vote and reside in the continental United States. This is the actual population of interest that they're estimating. And this, for historical reasons, that's why, with Alaska and Hawaii, by the way, it doesn't really matter, and we'll talk about something else in why number 2 might be right as well, but Alaska and Hawaii are so far away, different time zones, and comprise so little of the population that and it's still true, when phone centers have to call there, they have to spend an incredible amount of money. They have to keep the phone staff on to get like 2 interviews. And a while back, the industry just decided, look, it's not worth it. Now, you'll never, ever actually see in a statement that bottom thing. They're just basically going to say likely voters. And they're counting on the fact that it's so small that it's not going to change the result and things of that nature. But this is a simple example. If you're not precise about your population of interest, you can really get a biased view of what you're actually trying to estimate. Okay, that's my second one. So there is this concept of population of interest versus the study population. I did tell you that there's a reason you could say the second one is really your the second bullet, which is just likely voters, is actually your population of interest. But the study population are those who who reside in the continental United States in addition to that. And it's permissible to do this as long as you recognize that your study population differs from your population of interest. You sort of have to say why. You don't think it matters too much if you're reporting it out that way and making statements about the population of interest from your study population. But we do that all the time. And again, I hate to go back to online panels. Online panels, we do that all the time. Our population of interest might be the general population. Everyone knows folks who aren't online are on online panels to begin with, and there are other folks who are not on online panels. But we still make statements about that. So there is this distinction about who are you actually able to get and what's your population you get to and what's your population of interest. So I'm not going to be too harsh on Randy for that. I'll be harsh on him for others. So how do we get a sample? How do we actually go out and physically obtain a sample? Well, first we actually figure out what our sampling frame is. And Bob also has mentioned this. I would say we have a current definition of what a sampling frame is, and we have an older definition of what a sampling frame is. Let me start with the older one, even though I put that second. They look simple. They look very similar. The old definition of a sampling frame is the enumeration of the population from which the sample will be pulled. The concept there is you really had access to the entirety of your population of interest, and you were going to apply some sort of methodology to that sampling frame to get at your sample. So, you know, with telephones, even before RDD, there was the concept we just go and get every single phone book which were listed, and we'd go down and look at that. There are some methodologies which still actually go out and get out maps. I remember we were involved in something in Haiti right after one of the destructive storms a few years back, and we couldn't go to addresses because people didn't have homes. And so we actually had to draw geographies and actually draw a grid where we would actually go out and interview people about serious things. I mean, these were really serious things. They had to do with their health and what things they would actually be getting off of that. So the results had to be very accurate in those cases. So the old idea was that we actually somehow enumerated the entire population and applied some random methods, and we'll talk about the methods we could apply to it, and came up with a sample which we could then go interview and get really great results from. By the way, that was hardly ever true, even though we kept that as the old definition. We're now actually talking the actual collection of units from which the sample will be pulled. So once again, back to the old well of online sample panels. This is not the entirety of the population. It's not the entirety of everyone who we're trying to actually say something about, but it's from whom we're actually going to pull the sample. We can adjust our methods to actually get pretty good samples from it, but it requires certain things to be able to do that in these cases. But it's important, it'll be, in a second, I'll actually go over another slide which we'll talk about some of the issues with sample frames. It's important that we actually consider those issues, even more so today than in the past. Okay. So there was a famous statistician by the name of Leslie Kish. If you haven't read his book, it is not like bedtime reading. Well, he has multiple books, but he actually has a famous book on sampling. It's not lifetime reading, but he did actually lay out something that I think is actually critically important. So when talking about the sampling frames, remember, these are the places where we're going to draw the sample from. There are 4 potential issues that he lays out. Missing elements. So not all units of the population are in the sampling frame. So what could be some issues that would derive from that? This is the interactivity part. If you don't have the entire population in your sampling frame, what are some issues?
It's not representative.
Does it have to be non-representative?
It depends.
It depends on what. So what are some issues of some missing elements?
Well, depending on the type of study that you're running, if you want a representative population and you have missing elements,
If that's completely random, it doesn't matter if they're missing. I will actually say that. Yep. Huh? Can't hear you. Sort of. So the word I said about missing at random, completely at random, sorry, there's some technical talk there as well. But if we really have a big but really representative draw from the population, we can then draw samples from that draw and get a good look at the population itself. But the problem is, if we're missing some elements, we don't know what elements we're missing. We don't know if they are actually, if what we've got is a random draw. We might be missing certain types of people in survey cases, more so than other types of people. So this comes up in online surveys. Who might we be missing more than others? Well, we might be missing the poor. We might be missing older folks. In fact, of the older folks that are on the panels, they might have different characteristics of older folks who are not on the panels. When we went to telephone and the cell phone population was exploding, I'll make an argument that phone surveys without the cell phone population were perfectly fine when it was only the young folks who were going cell phone only. The reason is those who are actually answering their phones via landline still looked almost exactly like those who weren't answering their phone. Where we really got into an issue is when older folks started going cell phone only, because those who went cell phone only looked nothing like those who stayed on landlines. And that's when the phone studies really started to diverge, and the idea of needing to get cell phone samples in actually came into play. Foreign elements. The sampling frame contains elements that are not part of the population of interest. This one's relatively simple. I'll do this one. It's really, you're trying to project to a particular population. If that's not your population, you're not really projecting to your population of interest. So you're getting skewed results. I would argue this is a huge, huge issue these days. We choose sampling frames that have elements that aren't in our population, and we think they are. That's actually where it becomes even more critical. Duplicate elements. Elements within the frame may appear more than once. Depending on how you actually gathered the frame, it may be completely innocent, but you may have multiple elements that are the same. Well, you're going out and surveying them and treating them like they're different. Your results start to have clustering effects. If we know there are duplicate elements, this isn't a problem. If we don't know, this is a problem. And then groups of clusters. So the sampling frame lists groups of clusters instead of individual elements. What we mean by that is most education studies, for example, don't go out and randomly sample kids, because honestly, that's pretty hard to do. Talking to them is difficult, and there are protocols you have to go through, so you have to do that. If you have to do that for every single kid, it's really expensive and really tough to do. So what you actually do is you go out and you sample a school, you then sample a class within that school, and then you have to get all the protocols in place for one time to get 30 interviews. Much more effective. The problem with that is that these kids come from, probably because they're in the same school, same class, similar socioeconomic backgrounds, similar cultural norms in terms of their answers, and they're even being taught by the same person. So some of the things that have come up in classroom are certainly shared in that case. So you end up having what's called a clustering effect when you're sampling this way. But there are reasons you want to do this. You just need to, so these are not deal killers. These are things you need to actually address. So now I'm going to actually jump into one of the big discussion points in our industry. I would actually say it's less so today than in the past. If you've heard some of the language in the presidential election, it was nothing compared to the heathens who went away from the probability sampling paradigm back in the year 2000 or so. I will say this is a brush of the surface. I actually have a 4-hour workshop that still only brushes the surface on this very topic. So let's start with probability samples, because non-probability samples are going to be anything that's not a probability sample. And there are a variety of reasons that they wouldn't be. A probability sample is one in which every unit of the population of interest has a known non-zero probability of being selected for the sample. So you have access to everyone, and they have some probability of actually being selected for the sample. I used to claim that there was not a single survey that was a probability sample based off of this definition. That's not true. And I'm being a little bit harsh on that. But I will actually say telephone studies who have RDD, they're not a probability sample based on this, despite the words that we say. Most commercial studies that claim to be probability-based studies are not based on this definition. Now, how far do they differ? Not much. But it does matter to some degree. The one area where I found we do have probability samples usually are on client supplied sample, where you might have access to the entirety of the population of interest. So anywhere where you really do have access, you can reasonably take a true probability sample. That's not many places these days. Okay. There are several elements, and again, a non-probability sample is just something that's not a probability sample. We'll keep that as the easy definition. Selection in the sample is a random process. That's not actually true in its entirety. So certainly, panel companies, they do actually randomly sample from their panels in a variety of ways. So this is one characteristic that's not true of every unit in the population of interest has a chance of being sampled for the research. That's the big differentiator. The probability of selection is known. People often forget this. Yeah, everyone's got a probability of being selected. You sort of also have to be able to figure out what that probability is for a variety of reasons. And again, you don't have to go out and calculate it, but you have to know that you can calculate it. That's actually very important for something I'll show in a second. Nancy's going to talk about statistical analysis. Probability is all based on these distributions. We make inferences based on these things. Distributional theory holds for probability samples. Technically, it doesn't hold for anything that's a non-probability sample. Okay. The key benefits of a probability sample. One, the known and unknown biases, and we'll talk about biases in a second, are minimized in the use of the appropriate sample. It's the unknown part of this that's actually key here. Because we can do a really good job in non-probability samples of getting at the known biases. We can actually say, well, their demographics, there might be some socio stuff going on. We can actually control for all of that. We can remove those biases. If we don't know it, we can't remove that bias. There are some things that we can do that can get us likely to remove that, but we just can't fully remove that. It allows for the true projection of the sample to the population of interest, and we can directly understand the uncertainty in sample estimates that allow us to judge the validity of results. Again, this is sort of true, not entirely true, and I'll provide examples where we can do the same things in a slightly different way for non-probabilities. Okay. Here's my word of warning. I sort of have actually, we're talking about a perfect system here. It's a description of the process, and the outcome of that process may not exhibit all of the characteristics that we give to it. Or we sort of ignore the fact, when we're doing hypothesis testing about that 5%, if we're saying we're doing a 95% look at the data, we sort of ignore that 5%. So there was a famous study on vitamin C by a two-time Nobel Prize winning guy by the name of Linus Pauling. And he actually went out and he looked at the benefits of vitamin C and said there were all these tremendous benefits. And what ended up happening was there were not these tremendous benefits to it. It was just he got something at the edge of the distribution on this case. So the outcome, even though we went through the right processes, wasn't repeatable. We'll talk about non-response bias a little bit. But we can actually go out and we can call everyone, we can send folks emails, we can track as many folks down as possible. But there are very few studies very few that have a really, really, really high response rate. So you're going to have people who won't respond to who don't respond to to your invite to take the study. And it's, again, if that's a random draw of the sample, there's zero effect to that. The problem is that's not a random draw of the sample. For studies within the population, men age 18-24, if you ever hear that, they are the bane of all survey research because they don't respond to surveys. They're out having fun and doing other sorts of things. And men 18 to 24-year-old get the short shrift, but women 18 to 24-year-olds aren't that much better on that. They don't really respond to surveys either. But it's differential non-response that's really the problem in this case. Non-probability samples, I really am getting short on time and I still have a lot to do, so I'm actually just going to say they can be very good, but it's model-based, it's not probability-based in this case. So what you have to do is justify the model. Why do I think my data is representative? Why did we get at the right sample by doing this? In some cases, there are no other possibilities for that. Studies of HIV, for example, even in the real world, particularly in the 80s, you couldn't actually get people to admit that they did. So when you found one, you used a technique called snowball sampling, which is you ask them if they knew somebody else who was. And if they're going to clinics and they're doing stuff, and their recommendation provided a safe haven for them to answer the studies. You couldn't do this study by any means of probabilities. Okay. This is my word of warning. You'll see the words margin of error thrown around about. For some reason, this is a debate in the industry. There is no debate. By the very definition of what a margin of error is, you cannot calculate a margin of error for a non-probability sample. You have to have distributional theory holding in order to calculate that. Okay. Some, and I will actually say me, have argued that you shouldn't be calculating margin of error for an RDD study, but it happens. Everybody does it. It's now a requirement. So that's just me going,
So, John?
Yeah.
We should just check in. Does everybody know what the term RDD means?
Does anybody know what the term RDD means? Sorry. Okay, so yeah, that's exactly what it is. I'm sorry.
We have to remember that phones are part of our past, but probably not as relevant for many folks today.
So RDD is random digit dialing, and what the idea is, and there are a variety of different methodologies about it, but it's to add randomness into those who you call, but also to make things a little bit easier in that. So you might, it's not a pure random number that they're dialing because there are a whole heck of numbers that don't actually connect to anything, and you want to make yourself more efficient. So if you know a whole, the way they assign phone numbers, even today, although cell phones have made this more interesting, is a certain bank of numbers usually are for businesses, and there's some geographic component to the different numbers. So there's a lot of things on the backside, but the last few numbers, once they actually come to the stem of the number they're going to try and call for an interview, the last few numbers are actually randomly pulled. And it's that random pulling that allows folks to actually argue, well, everyone's got access, everyone can actually be sampled for this. It's not what it used to be in no uncertain terms. Rules around cell phones have changed, telephone surveys forever, and things of that nature. So, but there was a big argument that RDD surveys are probability samples. I argue they're not, but again, most people accept them that way. So, but there are efforts to actually say stuff about the variability in a real meaningful way for non-probability samples. So what you'll hear is about the Bayesian credibility interval, and Nancy's company actually, they didn't invent that, it was invented by somebody else, but they're actually big, they've actually propagated that through the industry. So what that actually allows you to do is say something about the likelihood of the results that you got through that. And then there are other pseudo margins of error, which take into account the sort of the distribution you've got, the likelihood that your panel actually represents something wider, things of that nature. So there are things you can do. It's just not a margin of error. Okay. So now we've got what we're going to pull from. We know what population we're trying to actually say something about. So how do we actually go about pulling? By the way, can anyone very quickly name what the picture is, what type of sampling that is? So we'll get to it in a second. So everyone talks about random sampling. Well, there's a pure type of random sampling, which is I go in and I just randomly pick people from whatever my sampling is. There's something intuitive to that. We like that. But there is differential non-response in the world, and so that doesn't work out very well. You get your sample being 95% people 65 plus when you do it that way.
What's a Powerball?
Huh?
What's the lottery?
The lottery actually is random sample.
Yeah.
Pure random
It's
sample.
one of the few
Yep.
random samples.
Doesn't work so well for surveys, works well for the
Yeah.
Now, what I'll actually say is most of what we do are one of these two things. And actually, these aren't mutually exclusive, to be honest. So this is a picture of stratified sampling. And so what we're actually saying here is that your population has some characteristics that we can break it down into: age, gender, region, income classes, education, that you would think are important to differentiate the results on your study about. And so we break the population into these groups, and then we pull samples from each of these groups. And you can pull them in different ways, proportionate to various things. But the idea is this is random. In pure stratified sampling, you aren't controlling what the income result actually is. Quota sampling basically says, I'm actually going to throw a lot of sample out there, but when it comes into the survey, I'm going to allow 25% of it to be from the Northeast, 27% from 36% from the South, et cetera, to get this to look pretty much like my population. Quota sampling used to have a really bad name because folks thought that's what took RDD out of the world of probability sampling. That's not the case, but it was thought not to do. A lot of online sampling is actually a combination of stratified and quota-based sampling that we have here. I've already given you an example of clustered sampling, where you basically sample within clusters. You know there are some issues to that, and you take care of that on the back of that. I've described snowball sampling, which is there you find one person, usually through a random means, who's in your population of interest, and then you ask them to identify other people who you can actually go. So it actually snowballs in that sense. Again, from certain properties, horrible. But if you're getting at really low incidence populations, this is really, in many cases, the only way you can do it. We wouldn't know stuff about populations of interest. And then there are things that we call convenience sampling, that you put up a flyer and then you bring somebody in and then you judge whether they're part of the sample, or you do something of that other nature. By the way, these all can be convenient samples, even though we apply other methodologies to it. Okay, we're getting towards the end. Sort of. Okay, so what are the two main types of issues in sampling? The first are the sampling frame issues. Remember Kish, we went through all of these. I'm not going to take you through those again, but these are really the issues. By the way, this is not specifying your population of interest as precisely as you need to, and then connecting it to your sampling frame. Second is differential non-response, and we sort of have brought this up a little bit, but the issue with this is you send out a sample, it comes back, there might be elements of the sample that aren't responding that are different from the elements that do respond. And so if you're trying to make broad assessments of your population of interest, you're not going to get the right answer if you don't take into account non-response.
Well, and I can give you an example. So I live in Nevada. Nevada is a battleground state, right? I get a half a dozen phone calls every day from unknown numbers. It never shows up on my caller ID. but every so often I'll pick it up, and it will be a survey. It will be a political survey, and I say, no, thank you, I don't have time. Non-response.
Yep.
Now, if I was the one remaining Jill Stein voter in the state of Nevada, that might be an issue, right?
Although I think the estimate of 0 versus 0.1, well, probably still a good estimate on that case, but yes. But that's actually a really good point. Political polling in particular, there are certain groups that can actually bias. I was going to say this for later, but if you guys get a chance, there was an article in the New York Times yesterday in the Upshot, which actually, and we'll talk about weighting in fact, the next slides after this. There's one gentleman who has a weight in the LA, the one poll that's sort of been an outlier, the polls have gone up and down, but one poll has been an outlier the entire time. It's the LA Times USC poll. I know folks there, I've actually been chatting with them, but I did ask them a question, have you checked all your methodologies? And they said yes, and apparently they haven't. Or no, they actually intended not to have caps on the weights. So what are weights? Weights are, once you actually have gone through the sampling process, we want to make the data representative. And we know that no sampling process is perfect. There will be biases that actually come into play, non-response bias, other things. And so we have the opportunity to assess, given what we know, where you're at, where your sample's at, and where you want it to be, and provide what we call a weight. That's a numerical value to each respondent, so that when we do the analysis, when we take that into account, and we use that in our calculations, we actually end up with the population that we want to do based on certain characteristics. There are rules, and in fact, I actually specified the rules for how large a weight should be. And everything's relative to what the weights are for other people in the study. So it doesn't matter if you're actually weighting to the population or you're weighting to the sample size or anything of that nature. It matters how like the largest and the smallest weights are. It's all relative. It's how the weights are relative to each other. There's one gentleman who has a weight that's 300 times bigger than the smallest weight. It's 30 times bigger than the average weight. My rule is for a sample of 1,000, it should never be more than 5 times the average weight. What that's doing is he is a Trump supporter. He's a young African-American male. And that is blowing up the results. That one person is completely changing the results in the LA Times USC poll. So this slide, if I've lost you, you need to come back because this is actually probably the most important slide. How do we know we have a good sample? Because at the end of the day, that's what you want to do when you're actually getting into a study. And there are two things that I would actually ask you to do in this case. One is look at the process, look at how you actually achieve the sample, and then look at the outcome. And there's some simple things you can look at in the outcome before weighting, before other things. People don't like to weight, and I understand why. But you can look at things and determine whether your sample's good, whether it's fixable through weighting, or whether it should be thrown out. So the first is go back to the population of interest. Again, it sounds so simple. This is where the issue really lies most of the time. Make sure you have measured exactly the population that you intended to measure. Really, really define it down to the very, I can't tell you how many times I've heard Gen Pop, and then when you push it, it's Gen Pop who bought soap on a Tuesday in Maryland. That's not Gen Pop. Then examine your sample source. Go into where did you pull the sample from? Are there reasons that it could be biased? What would actually come? And I would use the 4 Kish issues to sort of, this all seems academic and all this. This actually helps, just going back to those things. Determine the level of non-response across important subgroups. Particularly the way we're doing sampling now, we usually have some basic amount of information. Online, we know if it's a panel, we know exactly who non-responded. But even in telephone, there are ways of attaching the likely demographics of the household to sample points. And you can actually examine what was my response rate? How did I get response from the different groups that I think are important? Look at that, and there are some ways you can actually go out and measure that if it's an important enough study. Use the process metrics. Response rate, where it's applicable. Margin of error, other variance measures, where they're applicable. Weighting efficiency, and I'll talk about that in a second as well. Most people don't use weighting efficiency as a sampling tool. I advocate for using weighting efficiency as a sampling tool. Okay. The outcome matters. Most people stop at the process. The outcome really matters. And I'm going to give you one small story. After the 2008 election, I went to, cell phone work was becoming really important, and it was really important in the polls there. I went to a small little conference, literally days after that. And I was really tired because the election was really took a lot out of me. And so I gave my presentation, and then they invited me to stay because it was sponsored by the government for a discussion. They were having problems with one of their studies. I said, sure, why not? And so I had my laptop with me, and I had all my tools on the laptop, and they were talking about this one study, which is, I'm not going to name because it's actually a pretty big study. They said, well, our estimate of smoking is just way off. We know this is not the truth. I said, huh. They kept talking about it, and they talked about how they went through the process of what they were doing with the data. And I noticed I didn't hear something. I didn't hear them talk about any form of demographic weighting. So we'll talk about inverse probability selection in a second. They had done that and assumed that got at all their issues. And I said, hey, do you guys have the data set? Yeah, sure. So they sent me the data set, and I looked at the demographics. That's always the first thing you should look at. The demographics were wildly off on this one. And so I simply reweighted the data to demographic profiles of the population, and it completely fixed their issue. You've heard the similar thing happened with alcohol, teens and alcohol recently. I'm saying recently, but I'm also dating myself. This was years ago. But they were depending on something called inverse probability selection, which in theory can get you the right demographic balance, but doesn't have to actually get them the right demographic distributions. And they weren't weighting by demographic distributions. In both of those cases, it completely changed the results of their surveys. But that's an outcome they could have actually looked at. There are other things we can look at. We might know how many people have driver's license. And we don't expect to be dead on, but we expect to be relatively close. We have some measures of error in our surveys. We expect to be near there. But wildly off, there's something wrong in this case. And then we can determine what's wrong and can weighting fix it. All of the other things. But I just tell you guys, look at the outcomes. Most people stop at the process. Don't stop at the process. Okay. So what do we do if we find something that's off by some but not too much? I'm going to go on a small rant here. Everyone tells me, John, by the way, I'm a weighter. I do sampling, but I'm known mostly in the industry for weighting data. They always use the phrase, work your magic. People see weighting as magical. You take a bad sample and you make it great. That does not work that way, you guys. It doesn't. You can take a sample that has some biases and make it have less bias and do a pretty good job of that. You cannot take a bad sample and make it good. You just can't. You can't invent people. You can't get at the right responses. And we're talking sampling error here now, but Randy will actually talk about more concepts in what we call total error, where measurement matters, sometimes even more than sampling error. Okay, so what is a weight? Weight is simply a factor attached to each element of the sample that indicates the value that unit takes on in the analysis. The important aspect, and I can't emphasize this enough because people might weight data so the sum of the weights equals the sample size. You might weight data so the sum of the weights equals the population size. It doesn't matter. What matters is the relative nature of one unit's weight compared to another unit's weight. This weight is 2 times that weight. That means that person who's got the one that's 2 times is more underrepresented in the sample, and you need to push up by that factor to get to that result. So why might you weight? Sometimes you actually design your survey so that there are weights in it. So the clustering that we talked about, you need to fix that in the weighting procedures, and that's one place that you could actually do that. Sometimes you want a more in-depth look at certain groups, and so you'll oversample. You won't just do sort of the prototypical sample where it falls out. You might say, well, this is great. I want to say something about the likely voters, but I also want to say something about African American voters. And if I just do a 1,000-person sample, I'm not going to get enough. But if I oversample that group, I will actually advocate you should put them into your sample, but you then have to design your weighting system so that they're not overrepresented when you're looking at the total. Probability of selection. So we talked about what's a probability sample. We said that there's a known probability selection. So if you look at the inverse of that and can calculate it, and weight by that, you actually should get a pretty good view of your population in this case. Doesn't work perfectly. I need to emphasize that. There's a theoretical reason you'd want to do that. It doesn't work perfectly. Post-stratification. So if I'm going through what we showed with stratified sampling and I'm pulling from different strata, I need to make sure those strata are actually in the right proportions or their characteristics are in the right proportions, et cetera, et cetera. This is primarily what we do, although this happens to look exactly like this in operation. Let me emphasize that. Post-stratification looks exactly like non-response adjustment in its application. It's different in its concept. And that is understanding who's not responding, weighting those who look like those who are not responding up more, and those who are responding too much down. Again, when you apply it, these two things look exactly the same. And in fact, there's usually not two steps. You just do this in one step. But conceptually, there is actually a difference. Okay. There's a huge argument as to whether we weight or not. It's a balance. Weighting is a balancing, and by what we weight by. Okay. It's a balancing act between representativeness and variance in your data. So if I have a lot of information about my population of interest, why wouldn't I weight by just everything in that list? And by the way, you wouldn't. The reason is the more you weight the data, the more variance you actually impose on your information. That means the inferences you're trying to make, you just can't make any inferences because the confidence interval is 0 to 100 as an extreme. But some people think, oh, we're just going to not weight by things, and that will drive up our weighting efficiency, and we'll do great. Well, no, now you don't have a representative sample, and so this actually gets very complicated, figuring out what's the balancing act. What stuff should I weight by? And that's really knowing your population of interest, knowing where the biases might lie, et cetera, et cetera. You want to take care of the major biases. You don't want to go through on all of these things. Okay. Two more concepts, and I swear we're done because it is 150 degrees in here. Weighting efficiency. I've mentioned this term. There you go.
That makes perfect sense, John.
It's just a measure of how much you have to weight the data by. So if our data is perfectly representative, you can still technically weight the data, but all the weights will be 1 or whatever proportion of the population that is, depending on what you decided to normalize your weights to. And there, your weighting efficiency would be 1. We say the bottom is 0, but technically you can't ever actually get a 0 value. You can get it approaching 0 asymptotically, but your weighting efficiency goes between 0 and 1. And it's available for every single time you weight. The thing is, higher is better, lower is bad. That's really all you have to know about that. And then you'll start to see cases where certain levels of weighting efficiency actually mean we're trying to do magic with our weighting. I use a level of 40%. That's where we're trying to do magic with our weighting. But others will actually use different concepts. Here's why I say use it to look at your sample. A quick demographic weight at the beginning will actually give you this is actually a concept of a measure of bias in your sample. So you can do it in the field. You can actually quickly weight your data. The programs will do it in a second these days. And you can actually see, is my sample being tortured, stretched way too much to actually be accurate? Am I getting below sort of the thresholds that we've determined? But I'm going to give you one more way of looking at it. By the way, Randy will tell you I hate this concept because it doesn't actually do what it purports to do, but it's actually useful in this way. You'll see on tables sometimes if you get out from your surveys and your stat testing is done on that line. That's why I argue with it. It's not actually what it purports to be, but we'll leave that for a second. It's your weighting efficiency times your raw sample size. That's the definition of effectiveness. What it purports to be is the sample size necessary if the sample was perfect to have the same variance as the weighted sample. So if my sample's 1,000 and my weighting efficiency is 500, if I was able to sample perfectly, sorry, my weighting efficiency is 50%, if I was able to sample perfectly, I could have gotten the exact same result with only 500 pieces of sample instead of 1,000 on that. Why that's important is that actually tells you how much damage you're doing to the sample that you have. You can start to do trade-offs in terms of margin of error. The margin of error increases as the square root of the sample size decreases. Everyone repeat that. That's
right.
But what that means is that it's not a linear relationship. So if I have the sample, my variance doesn't double. What it means is it goes up by 40% in that case. Square root of 2 is 1.4. So if you have to make trade-offs, this provides you a tool to make trade-offs. So you don't have to go with my 40% rule. If you've got a really large sample, believe it or not, you could actually have a much lower weighting efficiency as long as you were willing to accept the effective base and still have a reasonably okay variance. There is a point where it falls completely apart. I have gotten to that point before, but you can actually go more. So it's just, this is a tool to measure variances impact on this. So one final thing. Also in the New York Times, the upshot, weighting matters. So what they did was they gave, and including themselves, they gave the exact same data. This is not different samples. This is the exact same sample to 5 different highly respectable statisticians around. And they said, okay, what's your estimate of the race? So I have to be fair. Weighting wasn't the only thing they did. So it was unweighted data. They had to weight the data, and they had to come up with their estimate. So weighting isn't the only thing they did. In political polling, your likely voter model actually is also critical. Isn't it, Randy? Awesome. So there is stuff beyond weighting here as well. But all really, we go from, if the sort of the race being even as a 0, we go from -1 to 4 on the exact same data. And these, I can't emphasize how reputable all these folks are. Weighting matters is really okay. Thank you for listening to all of that. I have 3 takeaways if you totally forget everything else that's been said today. So, not surprisingly, my number 1 thing, establishing a precise definition of your population of interest is critical to every step that comes after it. Everything is built upon that. Know your biases. Go back and look at the Kish components with regard to the sampling frame, but think through what are the potential things that we biased in my study. And then, weighting can fit your biases. It is not magical. Magic in magical is actually the phrase that's used all the time. It's magic. Woo! No. It cannot turn a bad sample into a good result. And then I brought in the 4th one. Measure and evaluate at each step of the process. That'll allow you to get a good sample. So back to Danielle's original question, is this qualitative data? No, it's actually quantitative data. It actually, survey data has error associated with it. And as long as you measure that error and actually constrain it, there's nothing you can do about sample size, and take that into account, it's wonderful data. It can really get at anything you want, where big data, other analytics can get at what it's designed to answer, but can't get beyond that in most cases. Okay?
Before I let you go, I want to let's ask this question. So let's go back to the premise. Sample or census? So you hear a lot in the media world about I've got a census of the population. That census data is it's why. What is so help us understand.
I go back to my other answer, which is first of all a census of what?
Okay.
And that's your population of interest, and often what it's a census of is not actually your population of interest. I stand up here and say, if it answers exactly the questions you want, and it is the population of interest you want, a census is the way of going.
Okay.
However, all that being said, it rarely does that. There is, the way we're going now is some sort of hybrid between everything. Utilizing the best sources of information for what you want when you want it. So again, I go to typically the behavioral data, as opposed to big data or whatever, doesn't answer the whys.
Yep.
So it doesn't answer all the questions that inevitably you have to answer in your business. And often it's not of the right population of interest, and there's not a way of actually getting there. So if you're willing to accept the trade-off, accept where that population that's actually projecting to, and not faking like it's projecting to your population, saying, establishing a link to it being indicative, sure. I think census is the best you can do if it does what you need it to do.
So that's objectives.
Yep.
So look, I know that we're scheduled for a break in about 15 minutes, but we are running a little behind, so I'm going to do this. Leave us. But we want to thank Professor Bremer for being here today. So John, thank you very much. Yeah, woohoo. So woohoo for John, okay? Take care, everyone. So, talked about setting your objectives. What do you need to learn, and how are you going to go do it? How are you going to design your study? John shared with us a lot of detail about making sure we define our sample accurately to represent the population of interest in a way that doesn't add bias into our results, so that they are representative, objective, reliable. Well, then the next question is, what questions do I ask? And how do I make sure I ask the questions in a way that also is objective, reliable, and doesn't introduce bias into my data? So, very proud to present Randall K. Thomas, Professor Thomas, Senior Vice President of Research Methods with GFK, who is going to unmask the world of survey design, right?
It's a build-up that I don't know we can actually
I know you can do it.
One of the things is that my interest has always been in measurements. So when I came to Harris Interactive, John Bremer did interview me the first day that I was there, and he was a brash young man at the time, and known as the Wizard. So some of that magical stuff, I think, was going on at that time. And it wasn't drug related, but it was weighting and sampling. And I was into measurement, and so I said, basically, I'm sample agnostic. And that's why I've learned that my real strength is in measurement, and I try to only dabble in sampling and weighting for time. But a couple of issues that we're going to be talking about are the general issues that affect questionnaire design, and then questionnaire demand and optimal design. And ultimately, I'm interested in the world of ideas. And how do you sort of map the human brain? How do we map our joys, our hatreds, our intentions, and map them in a fairly accurate way that we can use that to gain insight into people's hearts and minds, and in order to understand the choices they make and what they're going to do next. So in some ways, this distinguishes it from the sort of scanner data, behavioral data that you can collect passively. That doesn't necessarily tell you why people are doing things or what they're going to do next. Surveys are designed to tell you why people do things, what they're thinking about when they're making their choices, and what they are going to do next. And whether it's voting for a candidate or buying a toothpaste, you're always interested in what are people going to do next in the context of other behaviors. When I talk about questionnaire design, it's always thinking about how do we map the human mind? How do we create the most accurate map of not necessarily an individual, but of a group? Again, going back to the sampling idea, it's not necessarily that we have to get the most accurate map of your mind, but we have to get the most accurate map of the group of people that we're interested in to try to then understand what they're doing, why they're doing it, and what they're going to do in the future. So when we think about constructing a good questionnaire, it does require measuring our ideas very clearly and quickly, with a minimum of participant burden. We're going to talk about this issue of burden or demand of questionnaire. But basically, requirements for a good questionnaire, the questions and responses are clearly worded, so they're easily and similarly understood by our participants, our diverse people. It's the idea that when people are asked a question, they all interpret it the same way. When you ask somebody, how important are these things to you? People understand what that importance means. For one person, it's not how much you like it, it's how important it is to you. And so if they interpret it similarly, then you can start developing a better map of importance. And then if you want to measure liking, you can measure liking too, but that's a different concept. Questions and responses need to be short and simple, easy enough to be understood by the average 12-year-old. Most everybody in market research has had advanced training of some degree, some college, most often a bachelor's degree, sometimes master's degrees and PhDs. You never let a statistician write your survey, though, even if they may have a PhD. You realize that the best writers of questionnaires are people who love English, who love the language, who love to understand how people think about ideas, and not the best people necessarily in terms of calculating the means and standard deviations that we need. I mean, it makes for a good researcher, but ultimately the best questionnaire constructors are those who have some understanding of psychology, those who have some understanding of the English language and like to read, because ultimately a questionnaire is an English language document that gets translated oftentimes into other languages, and we oftentimes have to know how those translations work in order to make sure our meanings are translated properly, and people interpret these same ideas across languages. But it ultimately is a language document that's trying to present words to people to get them to convert their ideas ultimately into numbers for us, gradations of meaning for us, whether it's gradations of importance or liking, but whatever they are, they have to be easy to understand. Average 12-year-old. I've seen tasks where they're constructed by PhDs. The government surveys are great sometimes as an example, where they don't do any pre-testing on real people, where they nuance an idea to its nth degree, where they have every possible qualification in the item stem, and people have to read a very dense text in order to respond. It doesn't work on people. You're not going to map out what people are thinking if you have extremely complex language structure. So 12-year-olds, though, having had 4 12-year-olds that I've helped grow up, and Danielle has met one of mine when she was 10, but she is now 15. 12-year-olds actually have a pretty good command of the English language. You look at the books they read, they're actually not so bad. But I think about the 12-year-old mind, and in some ways that's what people go back to in terms of their reading capabilities after they get out of high school. And you think about 45% of people have just a high school education, in this country, you really have to sort of word things simply for people. Anyway, so I want to talk a little bit about this idea of questionnaire demand, because when we construct a language document that is known as a questionnaire with our questions and our responses that we provide to people, we create demand on people. It takes people time to do the survey. It takes people time to read the questions, read the responses, and then select a response that best agrees with how they are thinking about the issue, whatever it is you're trying to design. So there is a demand that we place upon people, and it has to be an optimal demand. And we'll talk about suboptimal demand as well. But some questionnaire demand actually is a good thing, putting some burden upon people, asking people for time and thought, the cognitive space to think about the idea. That level of demand is important to people. You don't want it to be necessarily not challenging to people. So it has to have some level of demand. There's an optimal level of demand that we can have. Too much questionnaire demand can lead to problems that threaten the validity of data. People start to respond in odd ways when you put too much demand on them. They either simplify their responses, they check out, they drop out. High questionnaire demand is the enemy of good research, but we can also say low questionnaire demand could also be the enemy of good research too. And so when we think about questionnaire demand, with the demands we are placing upon people and the performance in terms of accuracy of people's response, you see it as a curvilinear relationship. You see this in arousal and motivation in psychology, that the more you are aroused, alert, attentive, the higher your performance is, until some optimal point where beyond that point where you get too worried, stressed, etc., your performance starts to decline. Similarly, with survey demand, this is a process that works. That some amount of stress placed upon respondents is a good thing. People start thinking about the issues. They start getting engaged with the topic. They start answering in more accurate ways. But then you can put too much stress on them, and you see that you get what we call suboptimal response. Right here, there's sort of like a sweet spot in terms of placing burden or demand upon respondents. And you get probably the most accurate answers that you'll get from people by having some amount of demand placed upon people. So it's not that we're trying to avoid demand. We're just trying to avoid too much demand, and we're trying to avoid too little demand. Okay? We want to have people aroused enough to be engaged in the survey, but we don't want to have too aroused where they're stressed out and they're trying to make fine discriminations that they can't do because you're asking them to do much finer discriminations than they're capable of actually sorting through, or in the time that they're given, or in the time that they want to spend on the task. So factors that decrease questionnaire demand below the optimal level of performance would be boring topics. And for everybody, some topics are interesting to you, some topics aren't, and they will be very different for people. So some people, political topics are boring. Other people, they really love to talk politics. Some people, toothpaste is boring. Other people, they love their toothpaste. It's a member of their family. They have arguments every night about their toothpaste. So it's not a boring topic. So it will be dependent on the people that you're selecting for your screening for your survey, etc. There's repetitive tasks. In this, Amanda and I oftentimes struggle with questionnaires that were, had way too many questions of a respondent about the same thing over and over in grids, these long grids. Repetitive tasks, large number of elements within tasks, such as long grids, using the same scale repeatedly. This is the 5th page with 20 items with the same scale that I have to answer. And you think about that's boring. It's not arousing, it's not engaging, it's boring, and it's repetitive. Low internal or external sources of motivation. Low desire to help the researcher. Somebody you say, sure, I'll take your survey. You said it will take only 1 minute. 10 minutes later, they're starting to check out in terms of their motivation. They wanted to help you a little bit, but they didn't want to help you a lot of it. And then, or low incentives. They're getting $1 versus, for a 20-minute, 30, 40-minute survey, and it's like they're doing an equity consideration. How much am I getting out of this? Am I enjoying it? No. Am I getting money to do it? No. And then they start saying this is not that engaging. The other, there's lots of things that increase questionnaire that demand that we study. Long survey length, over 10 minutes, over 15 minutes. That depends on the device you're using these days. Smartphones go slower because, first of all, download speed's a little bit slower. You've got more manual effort to get to the right answers in smartphones. So long survey length, I typically say 10 minutes. ARF is going to, I'm sorry, I say 15. ARF is going to 10-minute recommendation. But somewhere in that 10 to 15-minute range, you start to find a drop-off of attention. People start to behave badly in the survey in terms of non-differentiation, speeding through tasks, etc. So somewhere around 10 to 15 minutes is what you can capture people's attention for, keep them engaged, and then after 15 minutes, you start to find errors of consideration, I'd say. Another thing that increased demand, a large number of elements considered before a single judgment can be formed. It could be these conjoint tasks where you have to sort of, I don't know if you've ever seen them, but you might have 8 rows or 8 columns, each with 8 rows of different elements and variations of each element. It could be price, it could be the taste, it could be a variety of things that are in those rows, and the columns have different choices that you choose. You have to evaluate a lot. So a large number of elements, before judgments formed, if it has long sentences, I mentioned that, where you give a paragraph and ask people to make a judgment. Not good for good group survey research. Long lists of items, multiple response formats that have 20, 30. You have to read through them all before you make one selection or 2 selections. You have scales requiring fine discriminations. When you have 11 categories to make a judgment of how much you like something, or how satisfied, or how likely you would be to recommend, the Net Promoter Scale. 11 categories, that's what we call fine discrimination. You're asking people to distinguish between, the 7 and the 8. It takes people longer to do longer scales. This ultimately is a cumulative burden across the survey. It's a demand. If you had 3 categories, probably easier. 11 categories, much more difficult. Other things that increase demand. Difficult questions, open-ended questions. If you have too many in a survey, people start, 1 or 2 people answer them pretty well sometimes. They'll give you paragraphs. But by the 20th one, they're saying NA, not applicable. Discrete choice models, conjoints, where you're presenting lots of information, very dense tables, and you're asking to make one selection. These are difficult questions for people. Confusing, unclear instructions or questions that you're presenting. Incomplete instructions, so it doesn't really tell you how to answer the question. Incomplete or missing response options. In other words, you're searching for the response that actually applies to you. Like I've seen this with the race ethnicity question, where you ask, what is your racial group? In the United States, it's a big thing. And they get white, black, Hispanic, and maybe Asian. And then they don't get presented with another because they're Native American or they're Middle Eastern, and it's like, I can't answer that. And so that creates a demand, it creates a stress on people. And so they, how do I answer that? Then out of order tasks, where you jump from one topic to another. You see this in omnibuses sometimes, where there's no real transition from element to element, so that people see that at least it's flowing and you're understanding that you're moving from talking about automobiles to, your attitudes towards the next war with Russia. So out of order tasks can be quite stressful for people, because ultimately, again, this is a language document we're presenting to people, and you have to sort of tell a story in the survey. It's telling them a story, so you're moving them from one topic to the next with smooth transitions. If it's jumpy or jerky, it creates well, how is this related to what I just answered? So this idea of out-of-order tasks is an important one. And then also long downloads or videos. And you'll see this, especially on smartphones, where you have 4G or 5G. You still get faster downloads than you did earlier, but still, you don't get as fast as you would on broadband cable fiber optic connection. Other factors, numeric entry. You ask them, well, how many times in the past 30 days, or how many days in the past 30 days did you do this? 1 or 2 times is fine, maybe 4 or 5. But when you're entering 20 or 30, where you're asking them to enter a number into the blank, it takes twice as long to enter a number into the blank as it does to click a radio button. And, as long as, when you think about how long it's taking, that's a demand feature of a survey. And entering numbers is a demand feature. Requiring any mathematical ability, you don't realize that most of your respondents aren't very mathematical. And things that we see are like constant sum tasks where you have to add up to 100. People can't do the subtraction. They can't see, and then you might do it for them, but they still don't sometimes understand all the numbers that they have to put together to get to 100. And so this can be frustrating because they enter a number in that says, well, it's 5%. Oh, I still have 5% more. And you go back in here and say you have an error. You say, well, what did I miss? Has to add up to 100. What did I miss? So people are adding in their own minds, and it never adds up properly. Interactive responses. What we find is that sliders, drag and drop, while they're fun for one or two tasks in a survey, they actually take, again, longer than a radio button to answer. So the length of time that it takes people to do tasks is a demand feature of the questionnaire. And this will add to the demand features of this questionnaire. So too many sliders, too many drag and drops where you have to drop them in a bucket can be a burden upon respondents. Comparative tasks, again, constant sum tasks, rating tasks, or ranking, I'm sorry, where you have to rank a series of elements, like which feature is most important to you, which is second most important to you, which is third most, and you're given 10 features. That's extremely difficult. It takes people about twice as long to answer with the ranking answers and put numbers in blanks or sort these than it does to rate how important these things are to you in terms of radio buttons. So again, another demand feature of a questionnaire that we want to try to avoid in excess. I don't necessarily say that we should avoid them on a 1Z or 2Z basis, but when you have your whole survey, and I see at GFK that there are a lot of things with sliders, and a lot of our clients like these sliders, and it's just terrible. It's just terrible for respondents when you have everything around sliders. When radio buttons work faster, you get more information per minute with radio buttons than you do with sliders. And sliders sometimes don't work very well on smartphones. And that's the consideration we have to be very careful about these days. Some of the consequences of high demand, or high or low demand, when you're starting to enter into those two realms of high or too low, you get lower response validity, meaning that their responses do not necessarily correlate as well with variables you wish to predict. And that's the validity indicator. You get response non-differentiation, like straight lining, where they're answering the same response in every grid column. You get random responding, which is very hard to detect. It's much easier to detect when people are not responding with the same response than it is to detect random responding. But this could be just as biasing to your results when it's going to go from left to right or right to left. And if you've randomized the order, you have to deconstruct the order in order to calculate the randomness of the, it's a very difficult thing to actually compute. High suspend rates, it's another consequence when people are overly burdened or bored with the survey, so we go low or too high, people suspend, they start to break off in terms of their participation. You see negative survey evaluations. It reduces people's likelihood to participate in other surveys for you when you ask them to participate. If they've had one boring experience, they might forgive you, or one overly demanding experience, or one experience where they just couldn't find right answers, they might respond again. But if they get 2 or 3, this is a cumulative issue. And when you're doing panel research or you're even doing intercepts, and they see your company name on there and say, oh my God, they've just done terrible surveys before, I'm not taking their surveys anymore. So reduced likelihood to participate and unsubscribes for panel attrition is another thing that we have to worry about in terms of burdening people too much or too little, presenting them with a boring survey for 2 hours. I will tell you, this is all the example. I did present or prevent a very boring survey from being presented to respondents. It was a 2.5-hour survey. I went through and had to actually look at the items and sort of estimate the length of it on underwear. And it was targeting 18 to 29-year-old males and looking at all the ways in which all the needs they had for underwear in different wearing occasions, like when they were at work, or they were going out, or they were on a Saturday, or, so you think about repeated cycles of all wearing occasions for underwear. For young males who probably never spent more than 15 minutes in their lives thinking about underwear, and you're asking them to spend 2.5 hours, they said, "We can't do this survey. We really can't do this survey." You're going to get people dropping out of the panel. You're not going to have them ever participate in a survey again. But you think, the questions themselves were actually well constructed. These were people who thought about underwear all day and how people fit into it, and how they related to their underwear, and all the ways in which you can ask them how they related to their underwear. But they were way too much into it, and they were looking at respondents who might spend 2 minutes deciding at the shelf which type of underwear they're going to buy. So you think about it. Again, this idea of the consequences, you have to sort of be alert to these things even before you field the survey. You try to have to see whether it's going to be boring and overly demanding. So now incentives. Had I paid people $20 to spend 2.5 hours, maybe some people actually would have gone through and answered that accurately, at least in the first half hour. So incentives can improve participant motivation. It can reduce suboptimal response over a wide range of surveys, up to a point. Again, it's the amount of questionnaire demand placed on a participant that's cumulative. Higher incentives do not necessarily reduce adverse participant reactions. So what I've seen is that people with high incentives, you pay them $10 or $20 for an hour survey, they'll stay in there. But when you start looking at their behaviors towards the last half hour, a lot more non-differentiation, a lot lower correlations between variables you expect to be correlated higher. That's the lower validity. And so, they're staying with you to get the money, but they're not responding necessarily in any better way. And you're getting numbers, but the numbers don't necessarily mean as much. And that's always the difficulty with long surveys or this high burden that you get on people. Now, high demand yields lower data quality. Some things that we obviously recommend: short and clear explanations. This reiterates what I've said. Reducing task complexity, breaking it out into multiple subtasks rather than one big task all nested together. What you have is oftentimes clients. They're paying by question, and they'll bundle everything into one question. You'll get these 2-paragraph introductions, and you have to get one response. And that one response is believed to answer all the different questions that are being put together in that 1-2 paragraphs. So you reduce the task complexity, break it out, break it into simple judgments, into simple tasks, providing adequate and discriminable responses, which means that people can tell the difference between the responses they have. Optimal number of response categories, and we'll talk about that in a little bit, rather than the maximum number. People can discriminate perhaps between 7-9 categories, depending on the topic, but discriminating between 7 to 9 categories on everything you're asking about might, again, be burdensome, might, again, go beyond the optimal level. Grading tasks over ranking or competitive judgment tasks. This is the thing that we've seen consistently, is that the validity of rating tasks, when they're well done and well constructed, are better than, in terms of predicting other things, are better than ranking tasks. When they're not well done, ranking can actually be better. So it depends on how well the types of scales you use on your independent judgment tasks, your rating tasks that you have people doing. And then reducing download times. There's lots of ways that you can reduce download time. One is to, instead of a video, go to a storyboard and to see, and you can do some pre-testing and see if that makes any difference in ratings. But storyboards have less download time than a video does. And so if you're doing it like on a smartphone, it might actually help you. You can reduce the length of the videos that you're showing. It may not be that all the critical elements have to be shown or all the elements have to be shown, just some critical ones. So now we're going to talk about designing great questionnaires. And ultimately, it's designing great scales, since to scale or not to scale is the title, right? Now, just to break up surveys in terms of, or the questionnaires that we have, there are 3 major sections that you'll see in most all the questionnaires that we have. A screening section, a main body, and demographic or weighting items. And again, it's like What are the elements to the story? These are the three major elements of any story that we tell to our respondents. There's a screening section, there's a main body, and then there's demographics or weighting items. And the screening section is critical to design it well. Ultimately, you need to determine who's qualified to take the survey. Because again, going back to John's point, there is this population you're seeking to generalize to, and not every member of the participant pool may be a part of that target population that you're interested in. So this is why you're screening people. You know, do they have, if you're studying diabetes, do they have diabetes, you know, or what type, they may be type, or do they have a particular medication? So you have to ascertain whether the person has the characteristic of interest, has ever engaged in a particular behavior, or experienced a particular event that is going to define them as a member of the population of interest. And then you're going to select them based upon other qualities as well. So you think about, it serves to select people. It also can serve to give you incidence checks. If you're doing like a general population, 18 plus, and you look at, well, how many, you know, what proportion of the people actually are going to buy a new car next year? You could determine incidence and then ask those people further questions. Among the issues that are typically assessed in the screening section are awareness, like awareness of brands, familiarity with the brand, usage, you know, so a lot of the awareness and usage or attitudes and usage, and product ownership. These are the things that we're sort of looking at in the screening section. You don't see them occurring often in the main body. You know, these are occurring in the screening section. Now, the self-reported information about behavior that we see critically affects our sampling, because if we pick the wrong sample, if we don't have enough individuals in our sample to meet the definitions of what's qualified in the survey, it's going to cost a lot of money to do this survey. If your idea of what the incidence is in your population is significantly off and overestimate of what actually occurs in the population of interest, again, it's going to significantly affect costs. If it's higher than you expect, yeah, you can use less sample. It's always the problem of when the incidence is lower, especially low incidence studies. If something's actually occurring at 2% rate in your general population sample, and you thought it was 4%, you're going to have to double your sample size, which is a very costly proposition with low incidence. So self-reported incidence, as I say, can be an important data component as well. It gives us, you know, what is the level out there in the general population. When working with known sample, like a panel or a client-supplied sample, we can target based on specific characteristics. But it's always recommended in a screening section to re-screen these people, even if they've been selected for specific characteristics. You know, that you've selected all the Audi car owners. Well, you know, people sell their cars, you know, or they get in accidents even with Audis. So you should always re-screen in a screening section people identified sample to ensure that they have these characteristics. I've seen lots of surveys fail because they don't re-screen. They assume that the sample they've been given is all Audi sample, all Audi car owners, when in fact many of them don't have it, and the survey becomes less relevant to them, and they drop out, and you don't know why they're dropping out. So it's always important to re-screen. As I say, characteristics can change, and then also we should just not rely upon the variables that are preloaded. We should always screen for important variables. It's the general recommendation of screening sections. Those people who do not screen for important variables like this are doomed to failure, maybe not on this survey, but on the next survey. So you always have to screen, and sometimes more questions than you want to ask. The other thing about screening sections is I typically like to have everybody go through all the screening questions, as many as possible, and then put the qualification determination at the end of the screening section that pulls together the different variables, because you can always change that qualification determination. You can see what rates things are coming in at in terms of the actual characteristics of interest to that survey. And if you need to change it, tweak it, you can do it in that qualification question. So you can broaden the sample if you have to.
So I'm gonna add one thing, Brandy, to your point about drawing sample, because you said even from whether it's panel or client determined, it's even behavioral. And I'll give you an example. So I was doing an attitude and usage study on a low incidence wine brand a few years back. And we wanted to understand the attitude and usage of brand buyers. So because they're very difficult and it's very difficult to get good information, we said, hey, there's a tool available in a lot of stores that will spit out a survey invitation when somebody buys your product. So we said, great, we're going to try that. So we worked with this partner. Every time somebody bought this wine brand in a large department store with a bullseye on it, they received an invitation to participate in an attitude and usage study for this brand. And so what happened was we had people who replied, and they replied to the invitation, and as part of the rescreener, it was, have you bought this wine brand? It's like the only way you could have been invited to participate was to buy the brand. And they said, no, I don't know that brand at all. And they said, wait a minute, have you bought this brand of wine at a Target store in the past week? No. Really? No, I don't know that brand at all. Okay, thank you very much.
It's sort of humiliating for the brand manager.
But I tell the story to reinforce how important Randy's point is about rescreening.
Yeah. Always rescreen.
The
other thing, though, is that we are recommending now a yes/no grid for screening, not a multiple response. So if you have your brands of wine, you say, did you buy these brands of wine the past week? Yes or no. Each one is intended to. You do find that when you have a yes/no grid, you have a higher rate of incidence in qualification. But some of that higher incidence is a false positive, what we call false pattern. We always recommend a follow-up question that says, when was the last time you purchased that wine? Was it like past week, past month, past year, longer than a year? And that helps actually remove some of the false positives that you get in your data. But it actually gives you a higher level of qualification rate for low incidence rate studies, even after you filter those out. So the typical recommendation now is if you have a series of items, maybe 5, no more than 10 typically in the screening section, use a yes/no grid where you have you purchased these and you have a yes/no column in a grid format. Again, we always recommend judicious use of any grids. Too many items can lead to reduced endorsement. So it becomes very imposing to them to say yes to things that are too many yeses. Generally, as I said, all participants should be asked as many of the screener's questions as possible. It makes it easier to analyze incidents and make changes to screening criteria once the survey is in field. I've seen so much chaos in programming once people realize the incidence isn't as great, or if they want to include other people who may also have the characteristic to a moderate degree. I think of health surveys. So by screening everybody, you can then say, okay, I'm going to adjust it so I get more people in here and find out, there are these product users who actually don't have a severe condition, but they're using this product, so I want them into the survey too. And then also for weighting, it's sometimes essential to establish how the non-qualified respondents answer the same set of screening questions as qualified respondents. So it allows you to make better adjustments to your data when you have as much of the screening information about non-qualified as qualified. A lot of people believe in the sequential hurdle model, where you have to pass the first hurdle, and if you don't, you're terminated. You have to pass the second hurdle. If you don't, you terminate. But in actuality, it's better to ask a number of the screening questions of everyone, so you understand how the non-qualifieds are different from the qualifieds. You can make these changes, and you can weight your data better in many cases. It may cost a little bit more in terms of screening, because you have to pay by question for all the people to do it, but they end up actually potentially more flexible for you, and especially with low incidence studies. When it's high incidence studies, probably not a big issue. But low incidence, anything under 20%, a lot of times I say, well, the more you ask, the better, because then you're going to have to think about how you might change it to get more people in there. Anyway, so the main body of the survey, so we talked about screening. Main body of the survey typically measures concepts that will help us understand the how and the why, and when they're going to do something in the future. what causes people to buy one vehicle over another. I mean, you may have purchase data, but you don't know why they picked Toyota over Honda. What causes people to stay with their telecom provider while others want to switch? You don't know these things just based upon knowledge of switching behavior or knowledge of current telecom providers. So as a result, the main body of the survey typically measures beliefs and attitudes, importance of features, likelihood of doing behaviors again with regard to the brand or the target, and preferences, one brand over another. So you see that in the main body, it's a different set of questions you ask than in the screener. And it's oftentimes you have to develop your scales for the main body than in the initial screener section. So as I say, it's sort of like a yes-no grid is good for the screener section for many of the things that we do, or just a simple dichotomous yes-no for a question. Whereas in the main body, oftentimes you're asking more graded responses, the scale type responses. So what type of formats of response presentation and entry should be used? When we think about questions that we present in the main body and the entry that should be used, we should minimize the number of screens used to reduce the respondent burden. So minimize screens, present as many items on a single screen, yet minimize the top-down scrolling. Make sure you never have a scale that runs off to the right. You know, so you never want people, because again, you know, the major survey device now is this, a smartphone. Everybody should be testing their surveys on a smartphone. You should be seeing if your scale runs off in this portrait mode, not landscape. Because we've done lots of experiments that have asked people to turn to landscape, and only about 1/3 do. You know, they'll still hold it in this position, and then they have to scroll left and right if you have a scale that runs off the screen. So your scales have to fit on the screen going left to right. They can go top-down scrolling, but they can't go left-right. Otherwise, when you lose sight of it on the screen, you can bias the selection choices over to those seen over and above those not seen. So people are more likely to select responses they see in the field of vision than the responses they don't see. And so we have to be very careful about what we construct for the smartphone now, not for desktop or laptop. Now, everybody designs these questionnaires for desktop, laptop, test them on desktop and laptop, and they don't realize that a large number of people, especially young minorities, are taking these surveys on smartphones. Anyway, demographic section, you know, so now back to the last part of the story, measures stable characteristics like sex or age. Some people will measure like political party ID, but that's actually more close to an attitude because it shifts over time than it is with something like sex or age. Sex does shift, age does shift in interesting ways these days. It measures factors associated with lifestyle and attitude, like investable assets, which can also change across time. And it provides some basic form of segmentation sometimes. It can be broken out different types of respondents, provides some basic variables that can be used for weighting. Now, a few demographics questions are often placed at the beginning of a survey, and useful because they're used for quotas, they're used for selection of respondents for whom a characteristic might be more relevant. But most of your demographics should not occur in the screening section. They should be occurring at the end of the survey because they're boring. You know, people who have completed the screening and main body are much more likely to complete the demographic section than if you put all your demographics up front, bore the hell out of them, and get them to not participate, and then put them into the main body. You won't have anybody there. Now, so what you want to do is most of your demographics should be at the end of the survey. They are pretty boring. But they're necessary. You know, they're necessary for our analyses. They're necessary for weighting, etc. So when we want designing scales, when we want to measure the, I gotta go through this fast because the animation wasn't working properly on this one slide. So when we design a scale to measure the ideas of interest in the main body most often, how should respondents enter their responses into an online survey? How many response categories should we use? These are always the questions I get from people. Should each response be semantically defined? Should I label each response or end label it? And should scales be bipolar or unipolar? Amanda loves this topic because I can talk for hours on bipolar versus unipolar. Some people think I should be medicated because of the bipolar concept. But how should we have respondents enter their responses in an online survey? There's radio buttons, there's sliders, there's drag and drop, and there's numeric entry. I've talked about these before. What do we like most? Based on the accumulated empirical evidence thus far, the radio button or the cell-based selection, where there's actually a hidden radio button and you just press like a button and it essentially answers the radio button that's hidden, has proven to superior to all other response entry methods. It is the fastest to enter. You can gather twice as much information in a unit time per minute than you can with these other techniques. They do take longer, and again, if you have the same number of items in the survey, it's going to take response twice as long to do with these other techniques than it would with the radio button technique. So it's simple, and it's traditional, and it's old-fashioned, but it is the fastest way of gathering information from your respondents and burdening them the least. Again, I'm not against sliders. I'm not against drag and drop when you can make them work well and work well on smartphones. But too many spoils the survey for respondents. And they can make it interesting. A little variety is good, but too much can actually be bad. So how many response categories should we use? How do I love these? Let me count the ways. Using 9 categories: very strongly like, someone like, neither like, dislike, someone dislike, someone strongly dislike, very strongly dislike. You see a lot of choices that we have to rate for liking. And this guy, how do I love thee? Let me count the ways. Using 3 categories: very strongly like, do not like. Which is easier to do? Which is easier to answer? Well, they're both smiling, so they probably end point. I'm not sure. Right? Very strongly dislike or very strongly like. But you see, we have choices when we ask people to respond. And these are both liking scales. They're both called liking scales. They're affective. They're measuring emotion. Liking is an emotion versus evaluation, which is like a good bad judgment, or satisfied versus dissatisfied. And liking is the biggest indicator of what people's future behaviors are. Not how good they feel or how satisfied they are with a brand. It's how much they like the brand is going to predict whether they're going to make future purchases. So satisfaction, good bad judgment, less important in prediction than liking. That's why I put liking here first. Now,
in that case, what if I'm indifferent to the product or brand?
Indifferent?
Yeah.
Well, if you're indifferent, you do not like.
But it's not the same.
Yeah, it's not the same. Well, it's not. See, this is the other thing about language use in English versus other countries. Mm-hmm. Do not like does not necessarily mean you dislike. It just means you have an absence of liking. Which just means that you can be neutral.
It's a matter of interpretation, but it's not the same.
Well, the good news is very strongly like is what predicts future behavior, not just like. So most people would say, yeah. Well, it depends on it depends on how we organize the idea in our own minds too. But based upon prior research, and when I came to Harris Interactive long ago, I was saying, 7 response categories. My friend John Krosnick, who I'd done a lot of research on, said, 7 categories. Bipolar. And I said, I agree with you. So a lot of my research has shown, 7's pretty good. Can't be done today in today's world. One of the things that we see, first of all, that I've seen in a lot of my research is that you don't get any increases in reliability or validity when you go beyond 5 categories. A lot of people took psychometric classes, perhaps in graduate school, where they said, the more you can have discriminable categories that you present to people, the more true score variance you'll get. That's false. It's not been supported by the evidence. More categories does not lead to better measurement. Beyond 5, we've not found any increases. And it depends on how those 5 are constructed too. The use of more response categories takes longer. I always say that that's a good thing, because that means that people are paying attention to what you're presenting them with. 7 categories takes people longer to complete the item than it does with 3 categories. That means people are actually using those categories and trying to make the discrimination. But ultimately, time that you are taking out of your respondent's life makes a difference. It gets burdensome with too much time being taken out. So an added consideration, what we've seen in our work is that when using 7 or more response categories consistently, people start to drop down and use only 3 or 4 of those categories. It may be a different 3D for Bob than it is for Amanda or for Danielle, but it's like they simplify their judgments. If they've been using a more complex set of responses, it could be 0 to 10, the Net Promoter Scale. You're being asked like 20 items. Eventually, you say 1, 5, or 10. Or 0, 5, or 10. So you think about what is going on. They're simplifying the responses. Now, should each response be semantically defined? Should you give meaning to each response point? So you see that like this is a rating of importance of features of grocery store. Each response is given meaning. It's not at all important to them. Somewhat important, very important, absolutely essential to have in a grocery store. Now, importance is another one that is actually naturally unipolar. Importance goes from the absence of importance to some degree of importance. Liking, you can make the argument as a bipolar that there's you don't feel anything or you dislike. What's interesting is when you start translating surveys to German, they say dislike by negation. And so a lot of our translation of scales, when they go to Germany, get translated from bipolar scales, which is a very different distributional, when you look at endorsement frequencies. Bipolar has a very different endorsement frequency than unipolar scales across all languages. And when you translate to German and you get a unipolar scale, you end up with differences between Germans and English-speaking Americans. And it's more due to how the translation was made, not due to the actual liking or whatever, whatever concept we're talking about. So importance is fully anchored. This could be end anchored. You see that people have to come up with their own meanings of how important these categories are between absolutely essential and not at all important. Now, which one do you think is better? Fully labeled, fully anchored, or end anchored? Well, most research has indicated higher validity, somewhat higher validity, when using fully anchored scales compared to end anchored only. The other thing is that in international surveys, lots of people prefer these end anchored scales because it's easier to translate. You don't have to translate each interior meaning. You just translate the endpoints. There's a couple problems with international surveys, though. First of all, you have very odd distributions in end-anchored scales. People, again, do a scalloping. They tend to pick the ends in the middle, or if it's like 10 categories, 11 categories, they'll pick the ends, 2 in-between points in the middle, and so see this distribution going like that, rather than a smooth distribution across responses. So fully labeled gives you a smoother distribution of responses, which is a good property for statistical analyses, rather than sort of the scalloping effect that you see. And also the fully labeled scales tend to be more correlated with other things important, like how much you like something and how likely you'll be able to do a behavior. That's going to be more correlated when it's fully labeled than when it's end labeled, because there's a lot more variability in where people are falling in that interior space that's unlabeled. Now, response format can be can be bipolar or unipolar. So this is where the polarity comes in. Now, bipolar scale is where, like our gentleman pointed out, there's sort of a neutral point. You strongly like, somewhat like, neutral, somewhat dislike, strongly dislike. A unipolar scale is defined by the presence of a pole and its absence. So do not like. So you have somewhat like, strongly like, very strongly like. You don't see dislike here on a unipolar scale. So it goes from absence to presence. And similarly, like with importance, you see do not is not important to extremely important. And for bipolar, you have extremely unimportant, neutral, and extremely important. So unimportant to important. But then I always ask people, well, if it's extremely unimportant, then does that mean it's not important? Yeah, and so it's actually the way in which you define an inherently unipolar concept. Is the opposite actually the same thing as its absence? And in the importance it is, for anything that is an intensity measure like usefulness, relevance, importance, these are intensity measures, they are inherently unipolar concepts that should always be measured with a unipolar scale. For concepts that are bipolar, at least in the English language, you can go either way, bipolar or unipolar, and still come out with pretty good results. Like agree or disagree. You know, there are positions on that agree-disagree scale where, like neutral, I don't agree or disagree. That's inherently a bipolar concept, but you can measure bipolar concepts with a bipolar or unipolar scale, But when you use a bipolar scale to measure a unipolar concept, it never works out that well in terms of good validity. So that's when there's a mismatch with unipolar, that's when you have problems. So as you see here, the endpoints, and then always has a neutral or an implicit neutral. You can have 4 category scales with bipolar and, drop out the neutral there. And so people are sort of forced to go on one side to somewhat like or somewhat dislike on a bipolar scale. And then as you see here, you can go down to just a unipolar 2-category scale. Do not like. That could be a simple 2-category scale. Now, in terms of means, the unipolar scale tends to show lower means as well as lower top 2 box endorsements. Is that a good thing? Think about it. Is it a good thing to have lower top 2 box endorsement? No. Well, if you're evaluating brands that are all things that you're familiar with, like Colgate and Crest, you find that when you evaluate brands that you're familiar with, you always give them high scores. And so all the responses get bunched up at the top end of the scale. And so you have very little differentiation at the top end. And so what we find is that unipolar scales actually help spread the variance better by spreading it. You have this, do not like, somewhat like, very much like. You have more positions that you can actually do above that sort of neutral and absence point. And it's actually on these scales in market research and advertising research that we're most interested in. The range of variability on the top end of the scale is what predicts behavior towards the target, the brand or target brand, in the case of the bullseye. But the it's the top end of the scale that differentiates the extent of behavior. It's the approach behavior gradient that you're interested in, not the avoidance. The avoidance gradient, we're never interested in market research. We don't care whether people are not going to buy it. We care about people whether they're going to buy it and how often. And that's the top end of the scale, and that's what unipolar scales will get you. They'll also get you lower top 2 box endorsement with greater differentiation among brands. So again, there's better differentiation, fully anchored unipolar, somewhat better variance properties. When we look at the distributions with fully labeled unipolar, you actually have more normal distribution because you're not bunched up at the end. If you ever look at bipolar scales, it's like you got this real skew to your data, and it's not good for statistical properties when you're doing analysis.
So like in the unipolar scale, where you have like 4 positive, how would you treat the least positive to the most positive?
Treat it?
Yeah. Like how would you evaluate that?
So the least, it would be, they're not going to do the behavior. So I would say that in some ways, you really don't care as much about people who say they do not like a brand or that they're neutral towards the brand because they're not going to purchase it. Most of the neutral ends up at the do not like. And what's interesting is that people use these labels you give them to anchor their responses. And that's why, when you see the do not like, people say, okay, this is going in positive direction, and it anchors their response. When they see the dislike and like, and they see that there's a neutral point, they anchor their position at the neutral and then go either direction. But in most cases, we see a very strong positive, well, actually it's negative skew because everything bunched up in the positive direction on these bipolar scales. And that's not a good thing for market research.
Let's say like you have 100 respondents, or you have 100 respondents, where you have half of them that they say that somewhat they liked it, and then you have like another people that say like they strongly liked it. Would you consider the same way, or would you actually like differentiate?
Oh yeah, it's very different. People who say they just somewhat like are very different in their behaviors than they strongly like. Your strongly like are your brand loyalists. They're the repeat purchasers. They have a higher frequency of purchase. And they're more likely to purchase it next month. So versus the somewhat like. The somewhat like might be an occasional purchaser or not at all. Maybe they mooch it off of a friend. So there are big differences in their behavioral outcomes, and that's what you want to pick up on a scale. You don't want to have a 5-category scale where you have somewhat like and strongly like and a neutral and somewhat dislike and strongly dislike because everybody's up at this top end. And the somewhat like here means something different than on a unipolar scale. So it's an interesting, I love studying scale, but ultimately it's the implications of what you give people and its implications for predicting what they're going to do next is what's important, I think, in surveys. So in terms of validity, unipolar fully anchored scales generally have slightly higher validity than bipolar scales, whether fully anchored or end anchored. Now, just last 2 slides. I'm almost done. Dear God. One of the things that we've seen at GFK is about 40% of people taking surveys are taking it on a mobile device. It's 11% in the most recent time on tablets. Didn't come out in the right color. But it's 29% on smartphones. It's been about 11% for the past 5 years on tablets. Yeah. That hasn't changed. Smartphones have gone from like 3% or 2% 5 years ago to 29% today. So smartphones, again, you're designing your questionnaires for smartphones. In some subpopulations, like those under 29 and under, you have over 50% of your respondents coming in on a smartphone.
Question in the back.
Yes, question.
When you're seeing this smartphone difference, are you seeing a preference per operating system, like say iPhone versus Android?
Well, we see it in terms of, it's been generally consistently more Android than iPhone in terms of its underlying distribution. And I think it most resembles the current distribution in smartphones. But it's not overwhelmingly one or the other. But yeah, that's another important issue is how does it render on an iPhone versus how does it render on an Android, right? And I think that what you try to do is develop a browser-based system, not an app-based. App-based are very specialized, and not everybody downloads apps or have them work properly. So app-based systems are a good solution for some things. But what we're trying to do is browser-based that work for both iPhones and Androids. It's going to be the most universal solution for presenting on the smartphone than an app. App, again, it's like sliders. They have special applications. It can be useful to present a survey in an app, but we have found that you try to do it browser-based and try to present it effectively. So what we have found in a lot of the research that we've been doing is that smaller screens with smartphones, response formats with fewer response categories take less time to complete, and that's what I've mentioned before. Fewer response categories, even just 3 responses, can show as much validity as formats with more response choices. But it's 3 or 4 responses in a unipolar fully anchored format that leads to better responses than a bipolar scale. So you think about this smartphone, and you think about, well, how do you present 4 or 5 responses that you see without shrinking the screen? You have to have it presented as adequately as you can on this surface here, and 3 may be actually the best that you can actually use with your thumbs. You have to make it for big fingers, not the smaller fingers of women, but the bigger, the big thumbs of guys that are using their thumbs to answer these questions. And so 3 or 4 responses in a unipolar format actually works pretty well, has as good as validity as 5 or 7 categories. And so when you're doing like a net promoter scale, you don't need 11. You need 3 well-defined categories. Again, it depends upon your labels that you place upon these responses that will affect your response distributions and will affect your validity. So that is my actually single takeaway. So thank you.
Thank you, Randy. And what Randy didn't say is that actually the reason why Samsung Galaxy Note 7s were exploding is that it was surveys that were designed that had too many radio buttons, too many sliders, too many visual design skills, just made them blow up. That's what the real reason was.
Blown up.
We want to keep moving. I know we're running a bit short on time, so it's my pleasure now to bring to the class Professor Nancy Brigham. Nancy is going to share with us. So, what do we do now? We've got all this data. We've got all these facts. Did I?
How do I?
To the right side.
There you go. We've got all these facts. We've got beautiful spreadsheets. What do I do with it? How do I turn it into real insight and information? So, Nancy, tell us how we should do it.
Yeah, so hi everyone. I am gonna try not to bore you to tears with any like statistical theory or you know, Greek symbols and that kind of stuff. I'm gonna try to give you kind of practical information, and so that's kind of what what I'm going to be talking about. I haven't talked about statistics for a long time. That's actually how I started my career at Procter & Gamble. I was a statistician, a consumer statistician in their market research department for many years. I now do sampling and all that good stuff. So it's kind of fun to go back to this. But analyzing your data is a process. And I've started here, and this is where we're right here. And this is what Chris is going to talk about to insights and to your decisions and actions. But actually, analysis starts way back here. It starts when you sit down with your client and your client says, or you are the client and you have a business problem and you need to start thinking about how you're going, what are your objectives, what are you going to do? Once you do that and you start thinking about your design, you should always start thinking about your analysis. Because you have to, in order to analyze it, you have to write your questions a certain way. You have to design your study a certain way. So you have to think about the whole thing. So when we do, for example, I also lead research on research globally for Ipsos. And when we do this, we always do the analysis plan at the same time we design the study, because they're two parts of a whole. So even though I'm just going to be talking about this, it is going to build on everything that came in advance. Okay, so the first thing, there's two steps: preparing your data for analysis and then actually analyzing. So the first step, I see a lot of people wanting to skip this step, which is actually examining your data. We get a lot of people who will get their tables and then they'll be like, oh, great. And they don't look at their data, and then they make conclusions that actually are wrong because they didn't look at their data, because unfortunately, things are rarely 100% perfect out of the gate. So the first thing to do is look at your data. I'm going to talk about 5 different steps in preparing your data for analysis, and I'm going to go through each one. So the first one is ensuring that the structure of your data set is correct. So you've got either your own data, so you're going to input it yourself into your data program, SPSS or whatever, or somebody is doing this for you and then delivering you the tables. But there's a lot of things that you have to check on first. So for example, so the data comes in, but it depends on how it was written in the program. The program is going to write the program that will input your data, and then the data processing people will take it and do it. And so make sure like your columns and rows are lined up. Like this is like really simple stuff, but it's super important because you never know too. I'll give you an example of just going back to the questionnaire design and the difference on the different mobile or different browsers. So there was one, we wrote a custom question. We tested it on a bunch of different browsers, but we didn't test it on one browser. And that was the one it broke on. And it actually, the browser itself, not the program that was written, but the browser, the way it rendered it, was it moved everything over by one column. So when people said they were strongly liking something, they were actually only somewhat liking it. But it was not, we didn't know until we went back and we said, this is very odd. Why do we have this? We knew it was wrong. But this is really critical that you have to test these sorts of things on every one of the browsers out there, because every browser does something different. So columns and rows are lined up. Variables and values are defined. You don't want to get a data set that's like numbers 1 to 5. What is 1? What is 5? Right? Like, so you need to make sure that all of your values and variables are defined.
you need to look at your missing values. So which values do you have? Which are missing? Did you get like, a skip pattern that you were totally fine with, or it turned out that we had a whole bunch of people not answer one question, and now I can't do the analysis that I needed to do on that question because I have too much missing data. So anything, and I'm not going to go into a lot of technicalities. Anything over like 10% as a rule of thumb, for missing data, you should start to get worried about. So you need to make a decision on how to handle those. Do you impute the missing data? There's a number of different ways you can do that. So you need to decide how you're going to handle missing values. Make sure your scales or your batteries are derotated. I see this happen. That's one of the first things we look at when someone says, my data doesn't look correct. We say, are all the scales derotated? And so sometimes if they've forgotten to do that in DP or something, and that could be an issue. And remove incomplete interviews. So that's, all the people that suspended, you can remove those. Rude verbatims. We have a lot of people that don't like open ends, and they're like, can be quite rude. So if you're a supplier, you never want that to get to the client, right? If you're a client doing it and you're seeing your own data, you'll see this. But from a supplier standpoint, we always make sure that those are deleted. Data sets are merged correctly. If you're going to be merging data sets, this is really critical that you need to make sure everything is merged correctly, that you're linking variables. If you're going to be merging later, that you create linking variables, whether it's respondent ID or whatever, so that you can merge those data sets together. And then if you need to, you can bring in external data. So you're really preparing your file that you're going to be using for analysis. What this gives you is data that is clear of artifacts of the data collection process. So this is what we're cleaning up. We're figuring out missing values, anything that happened in the data collection process, or of aberrant respondent feedback, which you do get. And this is a key thing. Like people say, well, I get my tables, and I don't need to do that. I go straight to analysis. No, even if someone else is doing this first step, you need to do the next 4 steps. So then, I think it was John who had mentioned this, right? The sample composition. So the next thing you do is check your sample composition. So here's an example of an age. So I'm looking at, I had 18 to 24-year-olds, I had 20%, 25 to 34, 32%. So this is what I got in my sample. And then I can say, okay, if I had quotas on age, I would want to check that I'm matched the quotas. Did it come in the way I thought it should come in? I could say, maybe I had a balanced sample. I pulled a balanced sample during the sampling process, and I let it fall out naturally. And now I want to check, did it fall out relative to what I would expect from the U.S. population? So there's different ways that you can do this, but you need to check what came in on your key variables. Here's an example of 3 different legs that we had. This was a test we ran, 3 different legs. And here you can see the difference between, so I got 18 to 24 years, 23, 20, and 15. So these 2, leg A and B, are different from leg C, statistically. So you need to look at this. So this is what I would look, and I would say, okay, I have too many 45 to 54-year-olds in leg C, and I have too few. So I'm going to have to balance each leg to be the same. So then is where I would go back and I would start reweighting to make sure my legs were the same on age. So here you're making a decision. Do I need to weight my data? Am I going to have to fix something? And making sure that the composition of your data is set up for the analysis that you want to do. Next thing to do is go and look at each individual variable. And it's really hard to look at a whole big thing of data. You've got like tons and tons of data points. It's really hard to look at that and see any patterns. So what we do is we run descriptive statistics. And descriptive statistics are things like your mean, standard deviation, your frequency distribution, their skewness and kurtosis. And so basically what you're trying to get an understanding of is what does my data look like on each individual variable? Do I have too much of a skew? So, you know, on a 5-point scale, everybody said 5. I have no variability. So you're looking for things like this. Like this is pretty normally distributed. My mean is at 6, this is temperature. The mean is at 60 degrees Fahrenheit, median is 60. And so it just goes through each one. Here's my deviation. And I can see what the distribution of my individual variable is. So this helps you a lot. There's also bivariate, which is like correlations or covariance. So I would look at the correlations between two variables. And that's also a descriptive bivariate. It helps us identify any errors. So if something went wrong, this is where in DP, for example, data processing, and they didn't derotate, this is where you'll start picking things like that up. You'll get weird things. And you should go through. What I suggest is back to the old school of taking your tables or your data and picking up your pencil or pen and going through each one and circling things that look weird. So first of all, I check all the base sizes. So is the base size what I expected it to be? If I applied a filter and I only wanted people who had been in a grocery store in the last 3 days, is that showing up in my base size? So I'm starting to look at all the things that I think should be occurring are actually occurring as in all of these tables. Another thing is to go through and say, use your market knowledge. Like, for example, if you ask people, when was the last time they brushed their teeth, there's always going to be a few people who never brush their teeth. And that's like true. With toothpaste. And so, but you don't want it to be 20%. So this is where you'll pick up very odd things where you're like, okay, this is not true. Either my people are lying or something went wrong, that kind of stuff. So you're looking for errors, you're checking your base sizes, you're making sure everything that occurred in your study was kind of what you thought it would be on a basic level. It helps you identify potential skews, like you ended up with not enough variability to do some of the analyses that you wanted to do, and then you have to decide how to fix that. This is a big thing for the cultural differences in scale usage. I'm not going to get into really complicated analytics here, but if you were doing a study across all of, like 6 different countries, and they're quite diverse countries, there will be differences in how people use scales, and that will translate into what you have to do in your analytics. So you have to normalize your data to get the cultural differences out of there, so that you can start to compare different countries to each other. So there's a lot of different things that you have to do, but it starts with you need to understand how people are actually answering your scales. And then, so that's whether you be able to do the analysis you want to do. This stage is also sometimes all the analysis you need to do. If you just want to know what the GDP of a country is or something, you can do it. It's a descriptive statistic. It's like what it is. Oh, okay. So I don't want to do anything with it or whatever. I just want to know it. Sometimes, or a lot of businesses will just want to know certain things. And so this will be enough for them. And then, but if you're going to go on with it, this step really helps you understand whether your data is fundamentally sound for the analysis that you want to do. And then here's the final cleaning step of your data. Here's where you fix any errors. So you go back through, fix errors, make sure you have all your variables and your values created. Remove any outliers. So in the previous step 2, you should have looked for outliers. Outliers are things like I watch 1,000 hours of TV a week, which is cannot be done, right? So that would be lying. So maybe you want to drop that person. But like you're looking for outliers that are going to skew your data results that you really don't want in there. And then impute any missing data that you need to impute in order to do your analysis. And this now gives you data that is clear of errors and is ready for analysis. Oh, sorry, one more, waiting. If needed, you're going to see I have a lot of time if needed.
Sorry, I'm just curious, for cleaning the data, do you usually use the raw data from the programmers, or do you do that once you see the tables, or do you do a combination of both?
Well, the way that we do it is the raw data will come in, and then like coding will do a sweep through it to code anything and to get rid of stuff. We have and then it's like our programs, we've written programs so that we've already gotten rid of straight liners and speeders and that kind of stuff. So we've done some of that automatically. We look at the verbatims, so that's coding, or the client service person will look at the verbatims to ensure that's clean. And then it'll go to DP, and DP, there's particular things that they know. I have to derotate these, I have to do this. So it goes through all those steps, and there are quality assurance at each one of those steps. But then you never know, right? It's always good to, when the tables come to the client service person or the client, look at your tables.
So like particularly for outliers, I'm curious, do you get frequency run in your tables, or we usually do like breaks? So
yes, yeah. So it would normally, and this is like for the vast majority of our consumer studies, we're going to run a frequency analysis on basically every variable in the data set. Yeah. And so that will say pretty closely. And then we can, if it's another thing you can do is specify up front. The values can only range up to, and then the programmer will program anything. Okay. So you can do it both ways if you think you know what might happen. And the more that you do research, you will get an understanding of how people might respond and what some of these outliers might be. But I'll give you an example of an outlier that's known that we don't do. So length of interview. We use median length of interview, not mean, because there are always the people that take a 3-hour dinner break in the middle of your survey. And that's perfectly acceptable. Or they say, you know what, I'm going to finish the survey tomorrow, I'm coming back. And so their mean time will be like 24 hours it took them to answer the survey. That's not true. So what we do is we use the median. And so if anyone ever cites a mean on length of interview, you need to be really wary of that. But that's an example of a known thing. So we just get around it by using the median.
When you say like inputting like missing data, what do you mean by that?
Income is one. So there are people that will not answer an income question. Yeah, they won't tell their income. But let's say you need income because that's one of the key variables that you need to analyze.
So you do arbitrary, just like that?
So sorry, say that again?
You do like in an arbitrary way, or?
Well, there's different ways, and there's different schools of thought around each way. So you could take like the average. You could say, if they're male, 18 to 24-year-old, I'm going to take the average income of the males 18 to 24-year-old that answered that question. Mm-hmm. That protection analysis, it's going to dampen down your variability, but it's not going to, you're not like, essentially, it's not hurting you that much. But there's different ways of doing that. But income is a common one that we often have to impute because it differs by culture too. I think like in Canada, I think it's 14% who won't answer that question. I think it's 7% in the US on average, things like that. So in certain countries, you can't ask income at all. It's just because they think the government's watching. So so you have to get around it by asking other questions to get at that. Mm-hmm. So yeah, so it really depends on what I don't like to impute missing values unless absolutely necessary because you're essentially making up data for people. And weighting is also a little bit of the same thing. I'm a proponent of weighting in a small way, not a big way. weighting is actually can be very effective, but it should be thought about when you are thinking about your sampling. So when you're saying, okay, how am I going to sample? And what are my quotas going to be? And what are my weights? So it's actually not like, oh, now I'm going to wait. So waiting to fix the data is not a good thing. You should not have to wait to fix the data. All things, if you've done your quotas right and you've pulled your sample right, all things being equal, you shouldn't have to wait the data. But, sometimes we do. The thing is like you can only fix it to a small amount. And the reason, so weighting the data does a couple of things. So one, first of all, you're like saying, I'm going to, disregard what you said and make your response less important, and I'm going to, make yours way more important. So it's like kind of an arbitrary thing about, oh, now like I don't count as much, and so you're not changing the data, but you're changing the relative importance, and that can make a huge impact on your conclusion, as we saw in John's part. There is a statistical penalty for weighting because you didn't do it right the first time. So the effective base size is what we would call statistical penalty. Basically, the way I look at it is you are throwing those responses away. And we had this happen once. This study that we kept changing the quotas on, and we kept doing stuff as a long-running study, and we were gathering 11,000 people a month, which was huge. It's a lot of money. And so when we looked at their weighting, we decided to look at the weighting efficiency. Their weighting efficiency was much lower. They were only using, in their analysis, effectively only using 8,000 people. They were paying for 3,000 people they couldn't use in their analysis. So it can become really important because you're talking some real money here when you're trying to balance all of these things. So when you're looking for how do I make this study the most cost-effective study I can, there's some very important things you can do in sampling and weighting and quotas to make sure that you are getting the best bang for your buck. And weighting efficiency, so I'm going to disagree with John. I don't use a cutoff of 40. I use a cutoff of 70% as an okay weighting efficiency. And that is because it's I found the weights start to get too big in relation to each other if you go much under 70. So it's kind of a rule of thumb for us. I don't even really like it if it gets down to 70 because then I'm like, okay, what can we do better? And that's when we start to do a review of the whole sampling plan, from how are we balancing the sample, what are we quoting, how are we weighting, just to make sure that we can get that up. And so let's say you had to wait. Oh, another thing is you should, one of the things I tell people is you should wait only enough that you can actually describe what happened. If I wait on one variable, I can say, I gave the 18 to 24-year-olds more importance in my sample than the older people. It's easy. Now if I'm waiting on age, gender, region, income, every time I wait, I change the previous weights. So now I have to get into really complicated weighting. And how do I describe it? So that score, what happened to it? It's really hard to describe it at that point. So I am a proponent of weighting only a small amount. And so at the end of this, you get sample composition and data that is fundamentally sound, error-free, able to be analyzed with the desired statistics, and ready for analysis. Okay, so analyze your data. And I know I'm going to try to just kind of go faster because I know we're running out of time. So types of data analysis. So what do you want to do? We just talked about descriptive analysis. Certainly a very valid thing to do, but all it does is describe your data. You can't make any conclusions beyond that specific data set. You have said, in my data set, I had 80% of the people who were male. That's all you're doing is describing that data. And that may be perfectly fine, but for the majority of what we do, we want to go to inferential analysis, which is we want to generalize to a population. So this is really where we're able to go further and say, okay, how does this compare to my target population? What kind of conclusions can I draw relative to the population and apply to the population? And so we're going to talk about two types of inferential analysis, categorical and numerical. And numerical is further divided into continuous and discrete. And so let's go categorical tests. So we're just going to touch briefly on two common tests that we do in marketing research. There's a ton of them. There's factor analysis, cluster analysis, conjoint analysis. There's predictive models. There's exploratory stuff. Like there's like a lot of different things. And so these are the two most common ones that we do in market research of all the types of data analysis. And then I'm going to talk about two of the most common tests. For categorical data, a chi-square test is the most common. And for numerical data, a t-test is the most common. Okay, so chi-square test is used commonly, categorical data. And it compares what we observed in our test. So we ran a test. We look at what we got versus what we expected to get based on our hypothesis. So we always have a hypothesis, even if we don't specify it. We're going in with a hypothesis. Otherwise, why would we do this research and spend this money? So we have a hypothesis, and so we look at what do we expect to get, and then the test evaluates how likely any differences we observed are due to chance alone. So we could get a difference, but maybe, you know what, it's just by chance that we got that difference. So we're trying to understand how likely is it that it's just due to chance, or is it due to something real that happened in the marketplace, a real effect? So let's look at age. So we have 18 to 24. So these are the numbers you saw before. And then I went and I pulled actual US population numbers. And you can see they're like totally different. So here, but we're going to test this to see, is it actually different? So, we're going to compare that 20% that we observed to what we expected, which was 13%, and 32 to 9, and that kind of stuff. So we have our observed data. We turn that into counts. And that's our expected data. We have to turn that into counts as well. Then this is our analysis. So chi-square just takes the row and the column. It's really actually kind of, easy to do. You could calculate this yourself, but you don't have to because I have a place you can go to do this. But it basically just takes the row versus column times column divided by the total, and it reproportions everything, and it says how close were you. So this one actually, our chi-square is 747. Degrees of freedom, you don't have to worry about that. Probability, this probability means it is highly significant. It means that these numbers are not alike, which we can see by looking at it. But sometimes you can't see. You might say, is a 24 versus a 22 any different? And so this is telling us that the probability of what we saw here is different. It is not due to chance alone. These are actually truly different. So our sample's age composition is significantly different from what exists in the US population. So what would we do with this?
You can weight it.
Yeah, we can weight it. First, we'd give ourselves a slap on the hand for not using quotas on age. Is what we would do.
How would you weight the 32 and 9%? That's a huge gap there.
That is a very difficult thing. And so we've actually run into this with research that we were paralleling something, but it was done the first one was done, they wanted to see what naturally fell out so they didn't use any quotas. But in our parallel, we needed to use quotas. So we did it. Then we had to go back and try to merge those two together. And we ended up with things like this. And so what we did was we actually took the middle. I think we took like 20. So everybody got weighted, but we did it 3 different ways, and we looked at our weighting efficiencies to see what was best. Yeah, so it's always better if you can design it up front. So, and Here's a great site to calculate t-test. You don't have to write it down because you'll have my things. But this is, we use it all the time. It calculates chi-square tests for you. It's real easy, up to a 9x9 matrix. Numeric analysis, t-test, or also known as ANOVA, or analysis variance, used commonly. And this is, it assesses whether the means or the proportions, the percentages of two groups are statistically different from each other. And it also evaluates how likely the difference between the scores is due to chance alone. So let me show you this. So here you can see, so variability is very important here. In these tests, they're based on the amount of variability that exists around your scores. So there's three things. I found this online. I thought this was really good. These are all the same means. Each one of these, the means are exactly the same. So if you looked at it, you would see no difference. But the variability around those each mean is quite different. So this has really low variability. There's hardly any dispersion around the mean. So everybody's kind of clustering around each mean. This has a huge amount of variability. Like the scores, so the mean might be 50, but some people were answering 100 and some people were answering 20. This is a median amount of variability, so medium, like a moderate amount of variability. So what the t-test does is it's going to judge the difference between the means relative to the spread or the variability of their scores. So here you can see these. You can actually take a look at the curves, and you can start to see, do you think there are differences? Do you think there are any real differences here between these means? There's not, because there's so much variability. See how much they overlap? So they're not even two discrete curves. So the more they overlap, the less significant, the less difference there's going to be between them. This is most likely different. I haven't tested it, but it's most likely different because they hardly overlap at all. They look like two different scores. So this is what the t-test is doing. And it's just the difference between the means divided by the variability of the groups. It's a really there's like a lot more betas and stuff like that in it, but that's all you need to know. So here's one, and this is what you're going to see. So unless you are doing your own statistical analysis, you will get like tables from somebody. And so you will see a table that looks like this. This is actually the statistical test. And this is leg A. So it's significantly different from B, C, and D. So 2.5 is statistically different from 2.1, 2.1, and 2.2. So this is often how things are shown to us. First thing you have to do is set your confidence interval. There's also, so I have two, there's the same thing. People might talk about an alpha level. Statistician will talk about an alpha level. In marketing research, we like to be positive. So alpha level 0.05, we change to 95%. And we say our confidence, we want to test at a confidence of 95%. So you'll hear confidence level a lot. And we usually set it at 95%, but it is related to the amount of risk that you're willing to assume in your test. So, and I say this on my last slide, but I'll mention it here. Statistics is all about risk. How much risk is in your decision? And so when you guys design your studies, before you're even designing it, you're thinking about what the risk is of the decision you want to make. If you're going to shell out $50 million for a physical plant, if that's the risk that's riding on your statistics, your decision, you better be really careful with everything. Versus, if I'm like, I've got these 10 early ideas and I really only want to see if people like them, a lot less risk involved with that. So this is where you start to think about base sizes and confidence levels and all that kind of stuff become really important. And you all remember the normal distribution, right? So we assume in these tests for marketing research and for information statistics, that things are normally distributed. And for a lot of things, that's actually true. Not for everything. And so we may have to use different statistics to deal with different distributions. But the majority of what we do, it is pretty normally distributed. There is a minimum base size for statistics. It's based on the central limit theorem, which is based on the normal distribution at 30 respondents and over, 30 data points and over. Now, I kind of feel like that's too low. So what we say at our company is we don't do statistics on anything under 30. So you don't even get anything. However, we flag anything under 100 as a small base because if it's 100 under, I get nervous. I start to think that's still not a lot of people to base my decision on. Might be totally fine if I just needed a thumbs up, thumbs down on my 10 concepts. I might be totally fine with that. So you have to kind of look at the risk that you're willing to assume. But I do want to mention, you'll hear this, oh, the rule of thumb is 30, you can do that. But I get real nervous. Most of us would not base the decision on anything under 100, maybe 75. And when we test percentages and proportions, it's going to look exactly the same. So there's one where we're testing proportions, and so you can see on attribute 2, leg A is quite different. The variability is based on the percentages themselves and where they sit on the normal distribution. So it's slightly different. They're going to look the same, but the variability, the way you're calculating it is different. But everything else is the same. It looks the same. Okay, some parting analysis thoughts. I'll go very quickly. Analysis is holistic, not piecemeal. We are not coming in and going, okay, now it's time for me to analyze. I forgot what I did in sampling. I forgot what I did here. I forgot, it's all a story, to use everybody's thing. We're telling a story with the questionnaire, as Randy said. We'll be telling a story with the insights. Analysis is the exact same thing. That's what you're trying to do, is what is the data telling you? What story is it telling you? So as you go through, it's not like, oh, I'm going to analyze this now. Oh, I'm going to analyze this. Oh, I'm going to analyze this. You're going, okay, analyze this. And then the next one, analyze, oh, how do I think about that in relation to what I just looked at? So you need to go through your analysis, and it builds. Everything you're doing builds on everything. Never rely on just one number. So there are, I say that we have hypotheses and stuff, but we don't really operate that way a lot. What we do is we run t-tests or chi-square tests on everything. We just test everything. When we do that, we are actually bumping up our risk quite a bit that we're going to have false positives, that we're going to say something significant when it's actually not. So what you have to remember is if you're looking at a whole bunch of data and you've tested everything and something pops, don't go, oh my God, people hate McDonald's now. They don't actually hate McDonald's. That just kind of like, you just popped. So it's never rely on just one number. It's the story and the patterns of the analysis that you see. Sampling sometimes fails you, and this is true. Randomization sometimes fails. You will get a wonky thing. You'll have. We did this. It has happened to us on an ROR thing. We were testing a bunch of different field periods. So we're testing 12 hours, 24, 48, that. And we're like, what is up at 48 hours? Like, what's going on? It's completely different. Everything else built up in a certain way. It was completely different. We're like, we think randomization just failed. Something happened in our sampling that failed. We refilled it, fell back in line. I've seen this happen over and over again. It doesn't happen a lot, but it does happen. So don't freak out if it happens. It's often hard not to freak out because you're like, great, what's my client going to say? Or if you're the client, you're like, wow, but often you just have to do this. You just have to refill it. Statistically significant is not always meaningful. If you have a huge base size, a difference of 1% might be significant, but could I run my business on that? No, it's not going to do anything to help me make more money. So we talk about significant and meaningful. Like when we talk about things, we talk about that. Know your risk level, like I said, know your risk level and operate accordingly. If you're going to spend $50 million, it's a high risk study. You got to think about base size. You got to have the right statistical power. You got to have X, Y, and Z. If it's if it's an exploratory thing, maybe you do it overnight. 100 people, right? So then you can save your money for that, or like on that, and put it toward where you really need to spend it on, which is the $50 million decision. So think about statistics and that kind of way too, that really you need to know your risk level, and statistics is really all about managing risk in the decision that you are making. That's it.
Thank you. So clearly, I think that's the key point. What we're doing is all about risk. And it's understanding the risks for the decisions we make, the choices we make, and the data we're collecting. I know we said we would finish at 12:30 Eastern. If you can, stay with me for another 15 minutes. If you have to leave, understand it. You're going to be getting copies of these documents as well. And we talked about we will prepare a workbook. We're actually going to give you all of this stuff, so it'll make it a lot easier for you. But I want to take you through a couple of things just quickly, because if you've got great data, you need to be able to tell the story from it. And I want to start, what is a story? Can you tell me what's the story here? What's the story here?
Don't drink and drive.
Drink and drive. Don't stay out after midnight. Be careful who's following you. There are lots of stories in the data that we have collected. There's a lot of facts here. You can tell multiple stories from it. You can even tell different stories from this. I don't know if people recognize who the man in the middle is.
Huh?
I'm spacing his real name. He was called the Man on the Wire.
Oh.
So in the mid-1970s, when the World Trade Center was first built, he walked a wire between the two towers. And this photo was taken right after the police have arrested him for criminal trespassing. How many stories can you see just in this photo? Okay, so the reason I want us to focus on this for just a few minutes is this. You can have the best data in the world. You can have set your objectives clearly. You could have designed the most perfect sample frame to represent your population of interest. You could have designed and written a survey that is under 15 minutes. Hell, it's even under 10 minutes, and you've got a good balance of radio buttons, sliders. The question is in English and in a language that even a 12-year-old can explain to their parents. And your data that you get back from that is clean.
But they're matching up to this on
Clean insights. And you'd say, aha. But if you can't tell and explain the aha to somebody else, your aha is lost. So, keep calm, assess the situation. This is the thing we always advise when you've got that data, you've got that great insight, and you're sitting there, whether it's your client or whether it's the CEO of a multinational, multi-billion-dollar corporation that I used to have to sit in front of and explain to him why the sky wasn't blue. Because sometimes that was the case. Because sometimes there were clouds in the sky, or there's a rainbow in the sky, but Joe didn't like to hear that. So you have to always just keep calm and assess the situation. And I'm going to leave behind, there are a number of questions, and these come back to what Bob talked about, is when you assess a situation, think about 5 things. Where are you? Where have you been? Where do you need to go? What decision needs to be made? Most critical. What decision needs to be made? I can have the most perfect data in the world, but if it doesn't lead me to the decision that my CEO needs to make in order to figure out whether to invest his money, I worked for a private company. The money was coming out of his checkbook. And he decided whether he was going to invest $50 million of his money in that new plant. That's a big risk. So you need to make sure you understand what decision needs to be made and what insight is needed to influence Joe's decision. I once sat in front of my CEO and I was telling him why the concept test results for a new brand that he desperately wanted to buy did not make sense and why I thought it was not a good idea. And I told this to him, and he's like, "Humph." He walked out of the room. And I was a little shaken, and the consultant that we had working with us on a project said to me, "Look, what you don't understand is this. For Joe to spend $750 million to buy this brand is like you and I going to Macy's to buy a tie. It's a very low risk proposition for him. It's nothing. And if he wants to do it, your goal is to help him understand how to do so in a way that makes the most sense for his investment and for our consumer." That's the story I had to tell. I didn't do it. So I'm going to these are all the details on specific questions you can ask yourself, but always make sure your data is actionable, pertinent, relevant, understandable, and digestible. In my example, I didn't do those 5 things, and that's why Joe humphed at me. Okay. You learn, then you go back. So how do you tell the story? How do you actually tell the story? Because oftentimes, how many of us have been in situations where we see an audience like this? Come on, raise your hand. I know. Yeah, I know. Wouldn't you rather have that? This is the reaction we all want. This is the reaction I wanted from my CEO. I wanted him to say, "Yay, okay, I get it, yes, yes." All right, there are ways that we can, well, we maybe won't get that every time, but we can reduce the amount of times we get this response and increase the amount of times we're getting that response. How do we do that? A couple of things. Number one, know your audience and build your story around them. Again, this is what I failed to do with Joe. I didn't realize $1 million for him was like me spending $20 on a tie at Macy's. It's nothing for him. But I also have to understand how he digested and processed information. Was he a visual thinker, meaning pictures were better for him, or words? Did he hear things and digest and understand it better the more I talked to him and I didn't distract him with tables or pictures or stories or graphs? Does your audience make decisions spontaneously, or do they need time to think about it? Again, it comes back to what kind of action you're looking for in the decision that needs to be made in the time. If they're very spontaneous, you better know how to structure your story in a way, because they might jump to a conclusion like that. And if you haven't gotten to your punchline and they've already made up their mind, your punchline is a waste of time. But if they contemplate and cogitate and have to sleep on things, you have to understand that and know not to rush them when you're telling the story. Let them take their time. Are they risk averse or risk takers? Joe was a risk taker. He would gamble, fine, no big deal. I was more risk averse. But he could also, this is always a tricky one. You hear people talk about, do you see the forest or the trees? Rarely do you find people in your audience who do both. You'll find some people who see the forest, some people see the trees. This is often tricky to understand the level of detail you need and the level of big picture. But always helps when you workshop the data with whomever your customer is, whether it's a CEO. I've done this with CMOs. we bring them all together in the room and say, okay, wait a minute, there's a lot of data here. Let's work through this together about what it means and what decisions we're going to make and what the story is. And oftentimes it's as much to help them understand all of the things we've talked about, how the questionnaire was designed, how the sample was drawn, and how the analysis was done. If they understand that, they understand and they are committed to the story and decision more so. But think about the themes. Think about framing in terms of I wish, or aha, or who knew that, or wow. You've got a lot of data there. Organize it in a way that your audience will understand why it's important. So once you do that, use some principles. I mean, look, we are telling stories with data. It's no different from Hollywood or Netflix or Amazon telling stories about cross-gender parents or being Blackish. It's the same principle. You're telling stories. So keep to a headline per slide, support it with visuals, and step back. Flip through it. We have a process here where we're working, when we put together our quarterly presentation for our board of directors, we'll take all of our slides, and we have a back room here. We'll lay out all the slides on the table and say, does this story flow? Because we might know it, but our audience doesn't live it the way we do every day. So we have to look at it and say, put ourselves in the shoes of our audience and say, does that really make sense? So I'm going to give you an example of how I've done this. So we've been working on a project here at the ARF for the past year about mobile research quality. As Brady talked about, 29% of surveys are now taken on smartphones. So we've been investing and say, how do you get that right? So I gave a presentation at our Rethink conference in March, and I was working through some of the data. And I said, well, mobile respondents are more likely to be younger and multicultural. I said, this was right. This was accurate data. But when the first time I presented it to somebody, they're like, I don't get it. What are you trying to tell me? All right, I go back, try it again. So the millennial generation is mobile. Okay, but what about multicultural folks? What's the story? I don't get it. What's going on? All right, try again. Well, here's my multicultural folks. They're here. No, you still. I'm still missing half the story. All right. What if I do this? Growth generations are mobile. I didn't try to go into all of the detail. I didn't try to show every subtlety there was. I just said, look, 49% of multicultural consumers are taking surveys on mobile devices. 34% of our mobile device respondents are multicultural. This is a story. Do you get a story here? Sometimes you don't need to tell every piece of information to get the same message across. To know what it is you're trying to say and then say it. Here's another example. I tried it another way. You know, we talk about the C-suite question about does my marketing work? Are my marketing dollars effective? And I said, look, you know, the one thing about especially research quality is, and I used to get this all the time from my CEO and CMO, how do I know that data is right? Can I trust the data is right? Well, I tried putting this up on a screen, and people nodded their heads. They said, I get it. But it wasn't powerful enough. It didn't lead them to the rest of what I wanted to say. So I made a shift. I set it up differently. I said, if the data is bad, then your decisions are going to fall like a house of cards. Now, a number of people in my audience understood the Frank Underwood, they understood the reference to House of Cards, and it made sense. And it got them, it jarred them, it jolted them. And I said, oh yeah, no, I get it. I'm going to pay attention now because I don't want that data because I could end up in this place. So, we're going to give you this. We're going to give you some guidance. We're going to give you more direction on all of what we've shared today. But we hope the story that we've told is this, is that you can be a master of research quality if you think about some basic steps. Be clear about the objectives, what the business needs, what you need to learn to influence that decision. Choose the correct methodology, and then once you've done so, understand who you're going to speak to. Draw a sample or even a census. If you know that population of interest is only 1,000 people, you could do a census. Not too tough. But our population of interest is generally the 300 million plus people who live in the United States or more, depending on where you're talking. So, get the sample right, write a survey that a 12-year-old understands, clean and analyze data to get you the insights that can tell the story that's going to influence your audience. And with that, everybody, we thank you for joining with us today. We thank you for sticking with us. As I said, we will be sharing today's video and the presentations. You'll be seeing that from us next week. And we will also have, for those who wish to take and become certified as a Master of Research Quality, we will be sending everybody who joined a 10-question certification test. It's very simple. Yes, no, true, false, multiple choice. We try to write it even maybe less than 12-year-old, but sometimes but what we want to do is this. It's really intended to make sure that we were clear and you understood and it all made sense. We're not trying to trick you. So we hope you'll take the test. We hope you will become certified. And again, we thank you all for being here today. So thank you for joining us, and the lab is now closed.